Isnari me ofakumi me ofakumi Elifshi bignei sivadami sivadami Isnari me ofakumi me She big day, see father the gummy, say about the
קציר לא קטיף לא ביה, אלוהים ליעקב בחתנו, ותבחר ותפעיל את עליין, ותבחר אלוהים ליעקב בחתנו, ותבחר ותפעיל את עליין. כאן חיים כאן המלך, ולבקה כל ארצנו תמיד, נומלאלת ברחובות תפארת, יתנשא גם עליך נבלי. נומלאלת ברחובות תפארת, יתנשא גם עליך נבלי. אנחנו שדך נתן, גלות מהכל גדול, אלוהים לשלטון בחרתנו, על לבן וכחול ואדום, אלוהים לשלטון בחרתנו, על לבן וכחול ואדום. כעמוד שבתווך לגשר, אף כחוט השדרה לעינו היושר, הוא הירדן הקדוש, שתי גדות לירדן, זו גם כן, שתי גדות לירדן, ירדן שלנו זו גם כן. אם ארצי יללה וקטונה, ישלי מרשע עד קיצה, ליסבון עד מים ישימונה, וירדן הירדן באמצע, ליסבון עד מים ישימונה, וירדן הירדן באמצע. שתי גדות לירדן, זו שלנו כן, שתי גדות לירדן, ירדן שלנו זו גם כן. שם ירדן לו משפע ואושר, בקרב בין נצרת ובני, כי דגלי דגל תורה ויושר, יטהר שתי גדות ירדני, כי דגלי דגל תורה ויושר, יטהר שתי גדות ירדני. שתי גדות לירדן, זו שלנו כן, שתי גדות לירדן, ירדן שלנו זו גם כן. שתי ידיים לך הקדשתי מולדת, שתי ידיים למגל ומגן, אף תשכח ימיני הבוגדת, אם אשכח את שמאל הירדן, אף תשכח ימיני הבוגדת, אם אשכח את שמאל הירדן. שתי גדות לירדן, זו שלנו כן, שתי גדות לירדן, ירדן שלנו זו גם כן.
כוכבים חרש חרש, את הרוח עובר על הסף, עננים מהלכים על הדרך.
בשנה לא הרגשנו כמעט איך עברו הזמנים בשדותינו. השנה ונותרנו מעט, מה רבים שאינם עוד בינינו.
אך נזכור את כולם, את יפי המלוכים והגול, כי רעות שכזאת לעולם, לא תיתן את ליבנו לשכוח, אהבה מקודשת ודעת, את תשובי בינינו לפרוח. הרעות לצרות פנימי, אהבה עכשווית ושלמת, מלילות האימה הגדולים, אהבה רגילה וקודמת. הרעות היא עליי כולם, שוב נשפך לחייך ונלך, עירלים שנתנו על חדם את חיי חכינו לזכר, ונזכור את כולם, את יפי הבלועים והטוב, כי רעות שכזאת לעולם, לא תיתן את ליבנו לשכוח, אהבה מקודשת ודעת, את תשובי בינינו לפרוח, ונזכור את כולם, את יפי הגלויים והטוב, כי רעות שכזאת לעולם, לא תיתן את ליבנו לשכוח, אהבה מקודשת ודעת, את תשובי בינינו לפרוח.
בשמלה אדומה ושתי צמות, ילדה קטנה יחידה ותמה, עמדה ושאלה למה.
וכל הרי הגעש וכל השערות עמדו מזעפם ולא מצאו תשובה, עמדו מזעפם ולא מצאו תשובה. החיות עצרו מרוצתן, ילדה קטנה יחידה ותמה, עמדה ושאלה למה. וכל האריות וכל הנגרים עמדו שמונה ראשים ולא מצאו תשובה, עמדו שמונה ראשים ולא מצאו תשובה.
אותיות עצרו את השורות, ילדה קטנה יחידה ותמה, עמדה ושאלה למה. בכל הספרים וכל המחתרות חיפשו הם הכתובים ולא מצאו תשובה, חיפשו הם הכתובים ולא מצאו תשובה. בשמלה אדומה ושתי צמות, ילדה קטנה יחידה ותמה, עמדה ושאלה למה. וכל התותחים וכל החיילים וכל הגדולים וכל החכמים עמדו כברי פנים ולא מצאו תשובה. וכל הרי הגעש וכל השערות וכל האריות וכל הנגרים וכל הגדולים
תשובה.
הייתי בפריז וגם ברומא, ראיתי את שבעת פלאי תבל, בקוטב הצפוני וגם דרומה, אך אין מקום כמו ארץ ישראל. וכמו גלויות של נוף יפות, תמונות בזיכרוני עפות, כמו בעד עדשה של מצלמה, ותרמילי אותה נסע לכל מקום, בכל מסע, כדי פסיפס מתוך תמונה שלמה. שלום לך ארץ נהדרת, עבדך הדל נושא לך.
Okay, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Welcome to the World Alliance of Qara'im Torah Study. I am Hakham Melech Ben Yaakov, your host, and we are back once again. And Yarden says, Hakham Melech Ben Yaakov, brother, when are you going to attract a larger audience to watch these Torah streams? I don't know. I try. I advertise all over Facebook, and when it's ready to happen, it will happen. I mean, if I try to spread the word, if everyone could spread the word, then maybe more people will come. You know, everything has its time and everything has its place. And maybe what we talk about here, maybe people just aren't ready for it. But I have noticed a significant uptick lately of people who are contacting me, people who are joining the World Alliance of Qara'im, whether it's the WhatsApp group or writing me private emails or contacting me in other ways. I definitely have noticed an uptick lately. And I think, you know, as time goes on, or I think maybe it is getting to the point where people are going to be more and more interested in what Karaism has to offer to the people of Israel, what we have to say here at the World Alliance of Qara'im, which is distinctly different from the Egyptian Karaites who, you know, they lost their way a long time ago, and God knows what they are now. They're half Karaites, half Rabbinites. And of course, you know, the Nehemiah Gordon types who, you know, just love to, you know, get on their hands and knees and kiss the feet of the Christians. And as I always say, I don't want to talk too much about him or that guy, whatever. But I remember one time where I can't remember where it was in one of his videos or something like that. One of his, or maybe it was a comment someone wrote, said, Nehemiah, I want to thank you so much. You've increased my faith in Yeshua. And I said to myself, that's it. I'm out. There's something seriously wrong here. There's something seriously sick here. Imagine if that person had said, thank you, Nehemiah. You've increased my my faith in the Baal, or you have increased my faith in Dagan, or if you have increased my faith in Hermosh, or you've increased my faith in Vishnu. I mean, it's just sickening. It's just absolutely sickening that is somehow or another considered acceptable for a Karaite to be responsible for increasing someone's faith in a foreign god. And I don't know why Jesus is given a pass. Jesus / Yeshua is given a pass as if he's not a foreign god, as if, well, the Christians base themselves on the Hebrew Bible, and there's the Trinity, and it's really the three is one and one is three, and it's all the Godhead. So Jesus is, that's baloney. That's BS. Okay. Jesus is a foreign God. He is a human being, a dead human being who the Christians make an image of in direct violation of the Ten Commandments, make it an actual idol. They make an actual wooden or sometimes stone image of this guy, and they worship him as if he's a god. That is as bad. I don't care if it's in syncretism with Yahweh. If it's in syncretism, that means kind of a worshiping together or mixing the two religions together with our God Yahweh, who has no physical form who is outside of space and time, that doesn't make it any better. In fact, in a certain sense, that makes it worse because it's more deceptive. But there is absolutely no excuse, or there should be no pass given to Jesus just because the Christians base themselves partially on the Tanakh, on the Old Testament of the Hebrew Bible, and just because somehow or another they've included Jesus as the Son in the tripartite Godhead of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Okay, just when someone comes along, and just because, really, what's the real reason that this guy, I don't even want to mention his name anymore, this NG guy gives the Christians a pass, and that we also, maybe not me, and hopefully not us in the World Alliance of Qara'im, but many Jews to a certain degree tend to give the Christians a pass. And that's because we grew up in that culture. We grew up in the United States of America. We grew up in the West. So that kind of thinking became normalized to us. Imagine if we'd grown up in India, then maybe we'd be giving Vishnu and what are the other two main gods besides Vishnu? Well, Vishnu, Brahma, I forgot. What are the three main? Hello? Yes, his headphones on. At any rate, maybe we'd be giving Vishnu a pass, okay? And we grew up in Tibet. Maybe we'd be giving Buddha a pass, okay? But we grew up in the United States, so this foreign worship, or this worship of this foreign idol, this foreign god, Yeshua/Jesus, has become normalized to us. And somehow or another, we as Westerners tend to give him more of a pass, as if it's not idol worship. It's as bad idol worship as anything else. And if someone ever comes along and says to me, Melech, I want to thank you. You have increased my faith in Yeshua. That's it. I'm done. That's where I hang up my my coat. I don't have a coat, but if I had a Hakham coat, I would hang it up and say, that's it. I'm done. I retire. Okay. I never, ever want anyone to come to me and say, thank you, Melech, you have increased my faith in Jesus/Yeshua. Okay, so that's that. So we've spoken about one form of, apostasy, one form of going, off the way of God, off the way of Yahweh. And I'd like to speak about another one now. I don't know why, sometimes you're like watching something, you hear something, and it just gets into your head, and you start thinking about it. Yesterday, for some reason, I was watching YouTube, and I came across. Hold on one second, please. Sorry about that. And I came across a video that either mentioned, I can't even remember now because it was late at night, mentioned or had Jared Kushner. And it just made my blood boil. I mean, I don't know what it is about this guy. He just, he's running around making business deals. He was part of Trump's administration, but he kind of undermined Trump from the inside. He just seems like a scum, like a slime bag, And I know his family has kind of history. I don't know, his father like hired a prostitute to blackmail his brother or something. I don't know, all kinds of weird stuff like that. And I just said to myself, these are the people that are getting attention in the media. These are the people that others go to, to invest money with, to get rich, and to get rich, to get rich with, and to get rich from, and to help them get rich. These are the type of people that are the leaders in our world today, and they're just such scum. They're just such absolute scum. And yet there are people out there. There's so many people out there that we emulate them. We look up to them as if they hold some kind of secret knowledge of the world, some kind of secret wisdom. And it just boiled my blood that little twit, that little scumbag is I don't know why I focused on him. I guess just because I came across it in the YouTube video, is going around and is somehow considered, is somehow I wouldn't say a leader, but is a VIP, right? He's got a lot of money. He's close to Trump. He's got a lot of influence. It just shows the type of people that lead this world, are just arrogant, self-centered. They're really psychopaths/sociopaths, many of them. And we can contrast that with our leaders. Rich person's eyebrows come to raise. Yeah, right. Seriously, it's like it's an obsession with money and power, as if this is somehow creates some kind of happiness. It's crazy to be honest. And we contrast this with some of our leaders in ancient times in the Tanakh, such as Moshe, who was extremely humble person, right? humblest the humblest person ever, as the Torah says. And all of the great leaders, David and Yeshua, and the various judges, and some of the good kings, right? Josiah. These were amazing people who they understood what their purpose was here in life, and it wasn't to run around accruing money and to think that somehow or another that's going to help them take over the world. No, they acted in humble service to Yahweh, right? To God. And we all wait for a day, I think, where hopefully that is where Yahweh is going to show up again. He's going to take charge of the world, and then the good people of the world will be the ones who are in the center of things, and not on the outside, not on the outskirts, as so many of us are in this topsy-turvy, upside down world. And I just maybe I'll mention also, I don't talk too much about my background for whatever reason. I just don't like to focus on myself. But I will mention one thing because it's relevant here. I grew up in New York City, in the suburbs of New York City, in Queens to be exact. Kind of a typical Jewish kid growing up in the 1980s. I don't know, typical Americanized, somewhat assimilated Jewish kid. I went to public school my entire life until college, which is, I'll get to that in a second. And my parents went to a conservative shul, a conservative synagogue, which was kind of much more. It wasn't quite Orthodox, but it was much closer to Orthodox than conservative synagogues are in this day and age. And I honestly had very little interest in Judaism. I was forced to go to Hebrew school 2 times a week growing up, and it bored the living daylights out of me. So me and my friends, all we did was just make trouble. The only time we didn't make trouble is when they shoved lox and bagels and cream cheese down our throats on Sunday mornings. That was the only time we enjoyed it. But I just had no interest whatsoever in Judaism. But that wasn't my point. So as any typical kind of Jewish kid growing up in New York, going to public school, I worked very hard on my academic studies in elementary school, junior high school, and especially high school, with the hope of getting into a good college. And I did get into a good college. I ended up going to Yale University, and I spent 4 years as an undergraduate at Yale. And I was so excited. I was so excited when I got in there. I thought, wow, this is it. It's going to be a bunch of people. The pictures they showed on the brochure were just like, people sitting under trees, talking about life, talking about philosophy. And I thought that's what it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a bunch of, truth seekers going there to really find out what the world is, what really makes the world tick. And, something that I found out much later when I went to Israel. But when I got there, I quickly realized, to make a long story very short, I quickly realized that I just didn't fit in there. Something was just different about these people, the people there. I just did not. Oh, is this thing working? Yeah, no. I just did not fit in there at all. Here I was, kind of I guess, a pretty straightforward, honest Jewish kid from New York. And don't get me wrong, there were plenty of Jews in Yale at the time. In fact, 30% of my graduating class was Jewish. So I'm not saying there was a lack of Jews. And there were some very nice kids there, and some young guys there, and girls, and and Jewish people as well. But the overall atmosphere there, it was as if people had gone there not with the same thing in mind that I'd gone there for, which is, wow, I finally, yes, there was a sense of I'm getting into a very special place, into a very unique place where not everyone is allowed in, is not everyone is admitted. But I was also there to really, I really thought that this was it. People were going to sit around and really get to the bottom of what life is all about. And I realized very quickly that many of the people there, what they're really interested is money, power, influence. I could tell you stories for hours, okay? But I will tell you one story about a roommate I had freshman year. No, I'm sorry, not a roommate. He lived upstairs from me. We all stayed. The freshmen all stay in the same in the same dorms, or in the same dorm area. It's called the old campus, and so I won't get into the details of how it all works. But at any rate, there was someone I had who lived upstairs from me. And I realized, like, on day one, like, this guy's like, kind of scummy. He already seems like he's on day one. He's campaigning to be future president of the United States. I found it very, very bizarre. And he was clearly interested in, in influence and power, in money, and all of these kinds of things. Well, to make a long story short, he later in my senior year, he was admitted to Skull and Bones, the secret society at Yale. If you ever go up to New Haven, Connecticut, you could see what's called the Tomb. You could see the building where Skull and Bones, their headquarters. And he later ended up becoming a member of the House of Representatives for a certain state. I won't even get into it. I won't mention his name. The point is that I was surrounded by people who their main goal seemed not to be, and there were some good people there, don't get me wrong, but the overall atmosphere there was not to help people, not to be humble, not to arrive at the truth of what life is all about, but to accrue money, power, influence, to be a VIP, to be a person like a Jared Kushner, to be well connected, and to be a person like Jared Kushner when you get out of there, and when you grow up, which these people never do. They really never grow up. And yeah, and I know Jared Kushner, apparently I guess his family, they paid off Harvard $2.5 million so Kushner can get to Harvard, even though apparently he was not very bright in high school. So it's this kind of attitude, it's this kind of mentality, which my first year in Yale, I felt something is wrong here. I don't fit in here. And as an 18-year-old kid, I thought it was me. I thought there was something wrong with me, because as an 18-year-old kid, you really don't have self-awareness. You don't know who you are and what's important in life and what's not important in life. All I knew is that something is different about these people from what I am, from what their attitude towards life is and the world is from mine. Again, here I was, this kind of, sincere, I guess straightforward, straight talking Jewish kid from the suburbs of New York. And all of a sudden I was thrust into this school where, elitists are running around kind of jockeying for power and money and influence. And that's really what it's like there. No exaggeration. So I put up with it for 4 years, and then I got my degree, and then I got the hell out of there. But I always say that what Yale University taught me, I did learn a lot in Yale, but the main thing I learned is not how, as many people did learn at Yale, is not what to be or how to act in the real world. It's how not to act in the real world. Well, many people go to Yale and they learn what to be and find themselves there. I found myself by finding that I want nothing to do with these people. I want nothing to do with their approach towards life. I want nothing to do with their attitude towards life. I want nothing to do with their arrogance, with their elitist mentality, and thinking that they are, some kind of, special elite that have been chosen to be the future, leaders. And of course, leaders, that doesn't mean helping other people. For the most part, it means helping themselves to be, rich and the powerful and the elite. The Hillary Clinton types. She also went to Yale Law School. The Bill Clinton types. He went to Yale. The Jared Kushner types who went to Harvard. To be the future elite of the country, which means basically being arrogant, being full of yourself, being completely disconnected from our real purpose here in the world, which is to get close to God, to be humble, to separate the truth from falsehood, to find out what is eternally true versus what just seems true in this short time we have here in this world, this short time of 70, 80, or 90 years. And I just found out. So what did I learn at Yale University? I got a degree in finding out exactly what I don't want to be in life. So a long story after that. I could sit here and talk about it for hours. But that eventually led me a couple of years later to go to Israel to check out what Israel was all about. And as soon as I landed there, I just absolutely fell in love with the place. Sadly, it took me many years to find out that Israel also has a lot of problems, and it is not what I hoped or expected it to be. So, that's another story for another time. But the point is that we have people who, because they get sucked into, or let's put it this way, because they forget that they're in this life for only 70 or 80 or 90 years, they really forget what's important in life. Because it's almost like, I'll give an analogy I said to a friend, and then we'll get on to this week's Torah portion. But they really forget what is important eternally in life. They forget that we're here for 70, 80, 90 years. When you're 20 or 30 or 40 or even 50 or 60 years old, maybe by 50 or 60, you start thinking about your own mortality. But when you're young, you forget that you're only here in this world temporarily. So it seems like it's forever. So you start you start focusing on things that are important only in this world, forgetting about what is eternally important, such as being kind, being good to other people, being honest, being humble, helping other people who need help, helping the orphan, the widow, the ger, let's say, as the Torah says, right? These are the eternally, you know, forming relationships with other people, deep, loving relationships with other people, helping them. These are the things that are eternally important in life. And when we come to this world, so many people of us forget it, and that's a form of, if you never grow out of that, right? That's how we are as children, because we're immature as children. But if you never grow out of that, then essentially you never become a mature human being in this world. You never become a mature individual. You end up with stunted emotional, psychological, and spiritual growth, and you end up like a person like a Jared Kushner, or you end up like a person like this guy that I told you about, who ended up being a member of the House of Representatives from a person from a certain state, and who was in Skull and Bones, my upstairs neighbor in my freshman dorm at Yale. You end up actually being an immature, self-centered child, and you never ever grow out of that. And sadly, those are the type of people in this world who are the leaders in this day and age, who are respected in this day and age, who are thought of as having some kind of deep, some deep wisdom, some secrets of the universe, such as, let's say, a Warren Buffett type, right? What has he ever done in life except just accrue money, as if that's difficult? I mean, you act a certain way, you do a certain thing, you accrue money. It's not some kind of secret knowledge of the universe, but in this world, and especially in the West, and especially in the United States of America, where essentially money, besides Jesus, which isn't even really worshipped as God in the United States of America, where money is worshipped as God, then they are considered essentially the priests of the West, the priests of the United States of America. They are considered the Moseses of the United States of America, where they have secret knowledge about how the world works, how the universe works, and they are not, they do not, in reality, they do not sit in the Sod Yahweh, which usually is translated as the council of Yahweh. They don't have any true understanding and deep knowledge of how the world works, because only through getting close to Yahweh, only through getting close to God, only through being humble, only through trying as hard as you can to separate what is real from what is not real in this world, what is temporary, such as gold and silver and influence, and even looking good, looking like a model. All of these things are temporary, and you have to separate that from what is eternal, such as love, being in loving relationships with other people, helping other people, being humble, trying to get close to Yahweh, trying to be a good person, etc. So that is my thoughts. Those are my thoughts for the day. That is my monologue for the day. And with that, we will study the Torah with the hope of being not like the immature, stunted growth people, the people who have never matured, who have stunted growth, emotionally, spiritually, psychologically. Some of them who are outright sociopaths and psychopaths and egomaniacs and narcissists. We don't want to be like that. We want to be humble. We want to be honest. We want to be true to ourselves. We want to be able to find out what is eternally important and what is eternally true. And of course, we want to try as best we can to get close to, not to Yeshua. We don't want anyone to come to us and say, thank you, you've increased my faith in Yeshua. We want to get close only to the one and only God, the one and only Elohim, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, our God, Yahweh. And with that in mind, we will dig into this week's Parsha. I'm just going to grab a little bit of water. Let me put one song on while I do that, and then we will dig in. Let's see what we got here. Let's find a nice one. How about, let's see. What do we got? Oh, it's always an oldie but a goodie. Okay.
בחלונות הערב אור נרות החג רועד, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. אם המבשר עומד בדלת, תן מילה טובה בפיו, כל שנבקש לו יהי. אם נפשך למות שואלת, מפריחה ומאסיף, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. מה כל ענות אני שומע, כל שופר וכל תופים, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לא תשמע בתוך כל אלה גם תפילה אחת מפי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. בתוך שכונה קטנה מוצלת, בית קט עם גג אדום, כל שנבקש לו יהי. זה סוף הקיץ, סוף הדרך, תן להם לשוב הלום, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי.
Okay, we are back. So let's dig in. And let me share the screen. Oops. Let's try that one more time. There we go. So we're in Exodus 38. And we have basically description of the actual tabernacle being built, right? So just to put things in context here. So Bezalel, so we were introduced to Bezalel, was it? Bezalel and his assistant Oholiav. And let's just find that for a second. Here we go. I'll just read this in English. See, Yahweh has chosen Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur. And we've pointed out that Hur was one of the two people who held up Moses' hands as Yehoshua went out to fight the Amalekites. So the grandson of this guy Hur, of the tribe of Judah, and he has filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom, with understanding, with knowledge, and with all kinds of skills. And then we're also introduced to his assistant Oholiab. Okay, Oholiab, the son of Hisamach from the tribe of Dan. So they're going to go ahead now, and they are the chief artisans. So up until now, we described how the temple or how the tabernacle is to be built, and then we now we have a description of it actually being built. So in chapter 37, we have the description of the ark, the table. The table is talking about the showbread table, the lampstand, that's the menorah, the incense altar, which really after the Holy of Holies, the incense altar seems to be the most holy place in the holy area. It's the second most holy thing, I guess you could say, in the tabernacle. And then we get to Exodus 38, and now we have a description of how the altar is being made. So where's the altar? The altar is not within the tent of meeting. It's outside in the courtyard of the tent of meeting. Let's look at a picture. So let's say the tabernacle. Oops. I don't know what Pendrell's veil is, but whatever. Tabernacle map. Okay. Okay, good enough. So there we go. So this is the holy area. This is the Holy of Holies. This is the Ark of the Covenant. This is the curtain, the parochet that separates between the Holy of Holies and the Holy. And then this entire thing here is the tent of meeting. And then outside of the tent of meeting, we have the altar of sacrifices. This is where the sacrifices were brought. And then we have the laver, or the washing area, where the priests wash the sacrifices and themselves. And so that's it. Okay. So we are in Exodus 38. I'm deciding whether I want to read through all of this, because this is, once again, this is kind of Torah flyover country, and I may not want to focus on it. I think what I'll do is I will read it with the promise that I never can keep, but I'll try to keep it, of just doing it with zero or minimal commentary, and then we will focus on other things, because it is, as I've mentioned many times, these parts of the Torah are extremely interesting, at least to me, because we learn a lot about the various materials that were used in ancient times, such as tchelet, such as argaman, all of these various materials, the different spices, the different the acacia wood, for instance, that's used, gold that's used, copper that's used, etc. You learn a lot about the materials and the building techniques in ancient times, and I find that stuff fascinating. I could spend hours just trying to figure out, or just trying to look further into what is techelet, or what is tola'at shani, usually translated as scarlet. But I don't want to do that, because we did that last year and we did that the year before. So I want to focus on other things this year, although it definitely is. I think that stuff is fascinating, but I really don't want to focus on it this year. And I know a lot of people, as I mentioned last week, consider this Torah flyover country, right? You just want to get past it to get to the good stuff, like the golden calf, or some stories with some action in them. But I find this stuff absolutely fascinating, as I do the book of Leviticus, when you get into the whole sacrificial system, or the whole systematized, or the technical term would be the cultic worship of Yahweh. I find all that stuff extremely fascinating, but a lot of people don't. You really kind of have to get into it. So let's go through, and I will give minimal commentary, but just so we can say we read through the Parsha, Let's read through it. It's a bit bigger so people on the screen can see. And then let's talk about some other things. Maybe we'll do the Haftarah, and maybe we'll do some other places a bit in the Tanakh, so that we can skip over what so many people consider Torah flyover country, and get to some stories with some more action. Again, this is not in any way, shape, or form to disparage these sections of the Torah. I personally find them absolutely fascinating. But since we did focus a lot on this stuff last year and the year before, then maybe it's time to focus on some other stuff this year. So let's go ahead. We're in Exodus 38. So this portion starts in Exodus 38:1, and it's basically the last 3 chapters of the book of Exodus. So the last chapter will have a lot to say when the glory of God descends, of Yahweh descends into the tabernacle. That is some very fascinating stuff there, which we'll talk about. But in the meantime, let's just try to read through, and you can follow along with your your favorite English or other translation, English, favorite Spanish translation, your favorite Portuguese translation, your favorite Serbian translation, whatever floats your boat. So let's go. I'm going to read in the Hebrew with no translation. I mean, I'm not going to explicitly translate, and with minimal commentary. So we're in Exodus chapter 38, verse 1. Follow along, please, in the language of your choice. With yes, and if you can follow along in Hebrew, that of course is the best. But if you can't, then whatever language works for you. Okay. ויעש את מזבח העולה, עצי שיטים, acacia wood, 500 ארכו ו500 רחבו, רבוע ו300 קומתו. So it's 5 amot, which is about 1.5 feet times 5 amot. So 5 times 1.5, that's going to be 7.5, right? 7.5 feet approximately, by 7.5 feet and 4.5 feet in height. Verse 2. ויעש קרנותיו על 4 פינותיו, ממנו היו קרנותיו ויצף אותו נחושת. So these are the horns of the altar. Keren. The word keren, I should point out, keren is where we get the English word horn from. Okay, you can even see there, keren, horn. So keren became like Heron, became horn, Heron became horn. I don't know if that's exactly the way it went, but k to ha is not too much of a stretch of the imagination. Both are guttural. So k comes from the back of the throat, and ha also comes from the back of the throat. So Keren, horn. And it might even be that the standard etymologies admit to this. I'm not sure. Let me just look it up. I doubt they do, because they never ever want to admit that there are any kind of Semitic origins for English words or for modern words. But once in a while they have no choice, and they do. So etymology, no, I just looked up the word etymology. Etymology of horn. More. No, it's definition. Horn. Okay. Etymology. Ultimately, from Proto-Indo-European, her, Ancient Greek, Proto-Slavic, Old Church Slavonic, Hittite, Surma, Persian. So they don't even, let's see, do they give any? Nope, they do not even admit, even though they can get it back to Ancient Greek. Here, then they still don't. I don't see anything saying that it goes back to the Semitic root or to the Hebrew word keren, even though clearly it does. In fact, the Latin word for horn was here you go, was not hornu or hornus, but was cornu. And that's where you get words such as cornucopia, which means a horn full of a copious amount of things. In fact, this is the cornucopia, right? This is the classic image of a cornucopia, right? That's a cornucopia. So cornucopia is literally a horn filled with an abundance, or with a copious amount of things. That is a horn of copious things, or cornucopia. So even we see here the Latin cornu already has the h changing back to a k, and even though we already get back to cornu in the Latin, they will not even admit the standard etymologies that is related to the Hebrew word keren. We have cornu in the Latin, and they won't even say that it comes from the Hebrew keren or from the Semitic keren. Okay, so we see already just how dishonest the standard etymologies are. Okay, but I don't want to get caught. So we ask karnotav al arba pinotav mimeno hayu karnotav waitzafoto nachoshet. So they overlaid it with copper. Verse 3, we ask et kol klei hamizbeach et asirot wa et ha'ya'im wa et ha'mizrakot et ha'mizlagot wa et ha'machtot kol kelau asa nachoshet. So these are all the vessels that are associated with the sacrifices, with being able to run the sacrificial system. Verse 4, ויעש למזבח מחבר מעשה רשת. So מחבר, okay, the translations are great. מעשה רשת נחושת תחת קרקובו מלמטה עד חציו. Verse 5, ויצוק 4 טבעות ב4 הקצות למחבר הנחושת batim lebadim. So basically, they now made the rings by which this altar can be carried. Sticks or poles were put through the rings, and then the altar was able to be carried. Because remember, this is the tabernacle. This is a movable house, a movable tent, and its surroundings for God. And it isn't until David offers to build a permanent house for Yahweh that his son ends up building it, Solomon, right? The Temple of Solomon, the first temple. That the tabernacle, or the sacrificial or the cultic worship of Yahweh, and I always like to explain the word cultic. It doesn't mean cult in the sense of Scientologists or something like that. That's just a technical term for the systematized worship of a deity. So I'll just say maybe the systematized worship of Yahweh, sacrificial system, and the other prescribed methods of worshiping Yahweh. That's when they get a permanent place, a house. When David offers to build it for Yahweh, and then Solomon ends up building it. But until then, this all takes place in a tent, in the tabernacle, in the Mishkan. And that tabernacle is movable. It had to move through the desert for 40 years. And then once it entered the land of Israel, it moved around as well. It was in Gilgal, it was in Shiloh. The ark was eventually stolen by the Philistines. Long story. Maybe we'll get to it one of these days. Verse 6, V'ya'as et habadim atzei shitim wa yitzafatam nechoshet ויבא את הבדים בטבעות על סלעות המזבח, לשאת אותו בהם נבוב מלכות עשה אותו. Okay? So those are the carrying poles for the for the sacrificial altar. Let's even get a picture of our sacrificial altar. Sacrificial altar of the tabernacle. So, okay, there we go. Okay, so that's I guess a decent picture of it right there. Okay, so we see the 4 horns, 1, 2, 3, 4. From this angle, we see some of the vessels that were spoken about. We see the loop here, or the ring here, and the ring here, through which these copper covered or bronze covered poles were inserted here, like in this picture here. to allow the altar to be covered as the Israelites moved through the desert. Okay, so let's go on. Tabernacle courtyard. ויעש את החצר לפאת נרב תימנה על החצר 16 100 באמה. So this is talking about the Negev, Timana, the southern end of the Hatzer, of the courtyard surrounding the tabernacle. So again, if we go back to our picture of the entire tabernacle, these would be the edges of the tabernacle. So it's talking about this wall that surrounds the courtyard. This is the tabernacle. This is the Ohel Moed, the tent of meeting. This is inside it is the holy area, the Holy of Holies. Outside of it, this is the kior, the washing stand, and this, of course, is the sacrificial altar. And then we're talking about the southern side. Well, when you walk from the altar, or when you enter the tent of meeting, you're walking from east to west. So that means this would be the southern side over here on the left. Same side that inside the menorah would be on. So the menorah in the holy area would be here. On the right side would be the showbread table and the showbread. And right in the center would be the incense altar. Okay, so that's basically the setup. Okay, verse 10. Shavuot Tov, Ariella and Ben. So verse 10. Amudehem, Asrim, Wa'adanehem, Asrim, Nehoshet, Waweh Amudim, Wa Hashukehem, Kasef. I'm going to just read on again. We don't want to get too bogged down here. Walifat Tzafon Mea Be'ama Amudehem Asrim Wa'adanehem Asrim Nechoshet Waweh Amudim Wahashukem Kasef. It's basically a repetition. Now we're talking about Lefiat Tzafon. Okay, we're talking about the northern enclosure of the tabernacle, or of the tabernacle courtyard. So that would be this on the right side, speaking about the building of this that we see over here on the right side. Let's go on. Verse 12. Lefa'at yam kila'im hamishim be'ama amudehem asara wa'adanim asara wa'weh amudim wa'hashukehem kasef. So we're talking about lefa'at yam. So this is the western side. Yam means to the west. What does the word yam mean? Anybody? Could somebody tell me what the word yam really means? Anybody? Going once? Going twice? Going thrice? The word means the sea. Yam is the sea. So lifa'at yam means to the side of the sea, okay, or the seaside, the seaward side. And why does this mean the west? Because the Israelites, or the Torah, whenever it speaks about the sea, it's always speaking about the Mediterranean Sea. And from the point of view of the land of Israel, the Mediterranean Sea is to the west. This also, we could say, raises an interesting question, because certainly when the Israelites were in Egypt, the Mediterranean Sea was not to the west, right? So it's pretty obvious, but let's bring up a map anyway. Out of the way. Okay, so when the Israelites were in Egypt, there we go. So if they were in Goshen was probably somewhere around here. Okay, then the Mediterranean Sea is to the north. If the Israelites were wandering through the desert, okay, if we were to assume that the desert is the Sinai desert, the Sinai Peninsula here, then the Mediterranean Sea is to the north. If they were wandering, as some may claim, some claim that Mount Sinai was not in the Sinai Peninsula, but was in Saudi Arabia, okay? So Saudi Arabia, in modern-day Saudi Arabia, or the Arabian Peninsula, let's bring this out a little bit. This is the Arabian Peninsula, okay? It starts around here. Okay, this is the Gulf of Aqaba. This is Eilat right over here, and the Arabian Peninsula. I don't know exactly what the definition is today, but it's basically this area down here. So the Mediterranean Sea is not to the west. Again, it's to the north or to the northwest. Okay, so why then does the Torah, the Israelites are wandering in the desert right now? Why does the Torah consistently use for the word west? Why does it use the word seawards or towards the sea? Because it's talking about it from the perspective of Israel already in the land of Israel. Now, this raises a lot of questions. When was this actually written down? Was the Torah finally codified once the Israelites entered into the land of Israel? Let's say by Joshua or by scribes of that time. Was it codified when the Israelites were in the plains of Moab? That was the last place they were before they entered into the land of Israel, while Moses was still alive. You know, a lot of questions, a lot of possibilities. I don't think anybody really knows. But I just want to point out that when it does say to the western side, it uses the word to the side of the sea or to the seaward side, and that doesn't make any sense when we're talking about the Israelites being in Egypt or wandering in the desert. It only makes sense once they're in the land of Israel. Then only would it be natural, or would it be logical to say that the seaward side is the same as the western side, or that the Great Sea, the Yam HaGadol, as it was called, the Great Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, as we call it now, was to the west of Israel. So it's from the perspective of the people of Israel already in the land of Israel. And we see many, many examples of this throughout the Torah, where the Torah is being written as if the Israelites are already in the land of Israel, or it's being written after the Israelites are already in the land of Israel. And we won't get into that discussion or that argument right now, but did want to point it out. All right, verse 12, Yam, Kelaim Hamishim Be'ama, Amudim Asara, Adnanehem Asara, Wawe Ha'amudim Wa Shukehem Kasef. So this is talking about the western side. Again, if we go back to the Mishkan, to the tabernacle, this is the western side right here. No, I'm sorry, that's the northern side. The western side is behind the tent. Okay, it's in the back of the tent, because the entrance of the tent, when you walk into the entrance, you are walking westward. And we've spoken about that before. Most of the pagans, when they built their temples, the temples were built in the direction of the east, because that's the direction of the rising sun. That was standard in the ancient Near East for temples to be built facing east, because there was if it wasn't explicit or outright worship of the sun, then it was in that direction, because the sun was considered a deity, if not the main deity, then a deity, and the rising sun is that deity growing in strength, or that deity showing its strength. So many, if not most, of the temples in ancient times were directed towards the east, and the temple of Yahweh, the tabernacle of Yahweh, is directed towards the west, away from the rising sun and towards the setting sun. And many people believe, and I think that's correct, that that is a polemic to say we do not worship the sun. We don't worship anything in the heavens or on the earth or in the sea. We worship the God of Yahweh, who has no physical. I'm sorry, the God of Israel, Yahweh, who has no physical form. Okay, let's go on. Okay, we read that one. We're in Exodus 38:13. Ulafa'at kedma mizracha 50 ama kila'im 15 ama al hakatef amudim 3 v'adanim 3. So this is talking about the Fa'at Kedma. And Kedma means to the east. Verse 15, a lot to say about this word as well. So Kedma comes from the root Kadam, Kuf Dalid Mem, which means forward. Okay, the direction forward means in this sense, in the direction looking towards the rising sun, or where the sun is coming from. Forward in the direction of where the sun is coming from. Okay. Verse 14, Kelaim, I think we read 14. Let's go to 15. Lakatef Hashenit, ומזה לשאר החצר קלעים 15 אמה, עמודים 3 ועדנים 3. Just give me a second. I just have to take care of something very, very briefly. And I think, yeah, let me put on music. So it might just take a minute or two. So let me put on a song. Sorry for the interruption, and come right back.
בשלב מסוים של הלחימה נשארו לידי 4 חיילים בלבד. עלינו לשם בכוח של 2 פלוגות. לא ידעתי היכן האחרים כיוון שהקשר עם דודיק המ"פ ניתק עוד בתחילת הקרב. באותו רגע חשבתי שכולם נהרגו.
2:30 נכנסנו דרך הקרשים בשדה האש והמוקשים של גבעת התחמושת מול בונקרים מבוצרים ומרגמות 120 וכמה בחורים על גבעת התחמושת עמוד השחר עוד לא קם חצי פלוגה שכבה בדם אכלנו כבר היינו שם בגבעת התחמושת בין הגדרות והמוקשים השארנו רק את החופשים ורצנו עמודי חופשים אל גבעת התחמושת.
באותו רגע נזרק רימון מבחוץ. בנס לא נפגענו. חששתי שהירדנים יזרקו רימונים נוספים. מישהו היה צריך לעלות למעלה ולהשגיח. לא היה לי זמן לשאול מי מתנדב. שלחתי את איתן. איתן לא היסס לרגע. עלה למעלה והתחיל להפעיל את המקלעון. לפעמים היה עובר אותי והייתי צריך לצעוק לו שישאר בקו שלי. ככה עברנו איזה 30 מטר. איתן היה מחפה מלמעלה ואנחנו תיארנו את הבונקרים מבפנים. עד שנפגע בראשו ונפל פנימה.
ירדנו אל התעלות, אל הכוכים והמסילות, ואל המוות בחילות של גבעת התחמושת. ואיש שענה לא שאל, מי שהלך ראשון נפל, צריך היה הרבה מזל על גבעת התחמושת. שנפל נסחב החור, שלא יפריע לעבור, עד שנפל הבא בתור על גבעת התחמושת. אולי היינו אריות, אך מי שעוד רצה לחיות, אסור היה לא להיות על גבעת התחמושת.
החלטנו לנסות לפוצץ את הבונקר שלהם בבזוקה. הבזוקה עשתה כמה שריטות לבטון. החלטנו לנסות בחומר נפץ. חיכיתי מעליהם עד שחזר הבחור עם חומר הנפץ. הוא היה זורק לי חבילות, ואני הייתי מניח את החבילות אחת בפתח הבונקר שלהם. להם הייתה שיטה. קודם זרקו רימון, אחר כך ירו צרור, אחר כך נחו. אז בין צרור לרימון הייתי ניגש לפתח הבונקר שלהם ושם שם את חומר הנפץ. הפעלתי את חומר הנפץ והתרחקתי כמה שיכולתי. היו לי 4 מטר לתמרן, כי גם מאחוריי היו ליגיונרים. אני לא יודע למה קיבלתי צל"ש, בסך הכל רציתי להגיע הביתה בשלום.
7:20 אל בית הספר לשוטרים, אספו את כל הנשארים מגבעת התחמושת. עשן עלה מן הגבעה, השמש במזרח גבהה, חזרנו אל העיר שבעה מגבעת התחמושת. חזרנו אל העיר שבעה, עשן עלה מן הגבעה, השמש במזרח גבהה, על גבעת התחמושת. על בונקרים מבוצרים ועל אחינו הגברים שנשארו שם נאסלים על גבעת התחמושת.
הייתי בפריז וגם ברומא, ראיתי את שבעת פלאי תבל, בקוטב הצפוני וגם דרומה, אך אין מקום כמו ארץ ישראל. וכמו גלויות של נוף יפות, תמונות בזיכרוני עפות, כמו בעד עדשה של מצלמה, בתרמילי אותן אסע לכל מקום בכל מסע, קטעי פסיפס מתוך תמונה שלמה. שלום לך ארץ נהדרת, עבדך דל נושא לך שיר מזמור, גם אם לעתים נודד אני על דרך, מה טוב לנדוד אך טוב יותר לחזור. צריכי המגדלים בירושלים, בסמטאות השוק הצבעוני, גגות הרעפים של גבעתיים, הניבטים מבעד חלוני. את האביב בתל אביב, את סבתי ואת סבי, את החלה ואת נרות שבת, את ים המלח מול אדום ואשת לוט צופה לסדום, ואת הקיץ רוחה את שלום לך ארץ נהדרת.
Okay, we're back. Sorry about that interruption. I just had to take care of something very briefly. Okay, so let me share the screen again. Window, this, there. Okay, any questions, any comments so far? You guys hear me? Yes, no? Somebody let me know you're alive. Yeah. All right, I'll assume so. Okay, so let's go on here. So we're in verse 16 now. So kol kal'e hechatzer saviv shesh mashzar. 17 وحاء بنيم لا عموديم نحوشت وعوي عموديم وحشكهم كسف وسيبوي رشهم كسف وهم מחושקים כסף כל עמודי החצר. Verse 18. מסך שאר החצר מעשה רוקם, תכלת וארגמן ותולעת שני ושש מסר ועשרים אמה אורך וקומה ברוחב 5 אמות לעומת קלעי החצר. So we're talking about again the curtain that surrounds the courtyard. Okay, this sucker right around there. Okay. Verse 19 and 20. وعموديهم أربعة وأذنيهم أربعة נחושת وواهم كسف וציפוי ראשיהם וחשוקיהם כסף. Verse 20, בכל היתדות במשכן לחצר סביב נחושת. All right, so that's a description of the tabernacle courtyard, as we see here. The cost of the tabernacle, אלה פיקודי המשכן, משכן העדות, אשר פוקד על פי משה, עבודת הלוויים ביד איתמר בן אהרון הכהן. So these are the Pekudei, the deposits, the inventory items. Okay. Pekad al pi Moshe, avodat haleviim, yad itamar. So all of these, I translated deposits, but here they use the translation of inventory items. Okay, inventory items works. So that which basically that which was deposited in the hands of Moshe. I do to share Pekad al pi Moshe, that which was deposited into the by Moshe. Okay, and Avodat Haleviim biyad Itamar ben Aharon, and the work of the Levites into the hands of Itamar ben Aharon. So Itamar, the son of Aharon, HaKohen. Verse 22. ובצלאל בן אורי בן הור למטה יהודה עשה את כל אשר ציווה יהוה את משה. Verse 23. ואיתו אהוליאב בן אחיסמך למטה דן חרש וחושב ורוקם בתכלת בארגמן ובתולעת השני ובשש. Verse 24. כל הזהב העשוי למלאכה בכל מלאכת הקודש ויהי זהב התנופה 29 כיכר ב730 shekel בשקל הקודש. So here's an inventory of the gold that was used. So 29 kikars. A kikar is usually translated as a talent. Okay. 730 shekel and 730 shekels. Okay. So what's the relationship between a kikar and a shekel? If I remember correctly, it's 3,000. Let me just check. Let's see. We can ask Rabbi Google. What is the relationship between a kikar and a shekel? Biblical and Talmudic units of measurements. Kikar. Let's see if they spell it this way. There we go. Yeah, so 3,000 shekel. Okay. So kikar as a gold weight is equivalent to 3,000 shekels. And a shekel, at least according to Rabbi Wikipedia, I'm sure there's a lot of, disagreement, but I guess this is the accepted measure is 14 grams. So we do 14 times 3,000. So that's going to be, 10 times 3,000 is 30,000. 4 times 3,000 is 12,000. So 42,000 grams of gold is a kikar. So if it's 42,000 grams of gold, that is going to be 42 kilograms of gold, okay, which is going to be kilogram to pound is 2.2 approximately. So that's going to be, let's see, it's going to be 84 plus another 8.4, so that's 92.4. So we could say it's approximately 92.4 pounds of gold. Okay, so we go back here. Where were we? So 1 kikar is 92.4 pounds of gold. Let's round it off, and let's just say 100 pounds of gold approximately. And this was it Shava Esrim, 29 talents, each one 100 pounds of gold, a little bit less, but we'll just round it off. So it's going to be 2,900 pounds of gold, or 2,900 pounds of gold, which again, if we round it out is about 1.5 tons of gold. So we're talking about a lot of gold, okay? So this comes out to approximately, a little bit less, but approximately, roughly speaking, rounded out, 1.5 tons of gold that were used for the building of the tabernacle, if I did all of those calculations correctly, which I think and hope I did, okay? So we're talking about 1.5 tons of gold. That's a lot of gold. But then again, remember, there's a lot of gold used in the tabernacle. So the ark cover is made completely of gold. The ark of the covenant is overlaid with gold. The menorah is made completely of gold. The incense altar is overlaid with gold. The showbread table is overlaid with gold, I believe, if I remember correctly. Yes, I think it is. Okay, so 1.5 tons of gold is the amount that was used for the building of the tabernacle, approximately 1.5 tons of gold. Okay, verse 25. Verse 25, Chesef Pekudei Ha'ida Ma'at Kikar wa 1,750 shekel b'shekel HaKadosh. Okay, so here we have the Me'at Kikar, so 100 kikars. So we said a kikar was, how much did we say it was in gold again? Now I forgot my calculations. All right, let's figure this out again. So we said it's, oh boy. Anyway, okay, this is how we could do it. We said 1.5 tons of gold, approximately, and that was 29. We'll say we rounded off. That was about 30 talents. So here we have Me'at Kikar. So here we have 100 talents. So about 3 times, a bit more than 3 times as much gold, or silver as there was gold. So if there were 1.5 tons of silver, we're talking about 4.5, really more like 5 tons of, I'm sorry, 1.5 tons of gold. There were about 5 tons of silver. So we're talking a massive amount of silver. Okay. Right. Verse 26. בקע לגולגולת, מחצית השקל בשקל הקודש, לכל העובר על הפיקודים מבין 20 שנה ומעלה ל600,550. Okay, so here we have, and I think our good friends Ariella and Ben, or Ariella mentioned the half shekel, I think last week. So here we have, we're talking about the half a shekel tax, if you want to call it that. No, I won't call it a tax. The half a shekel kofer is really what it's called, the payment for one's life, or the payment to God so that he will remember you and therefore save your life in times of trouble. That's really what it's about. So beka legulgolet, beka means a half, it really means split. By extension, a half. So half a shekel for each gulgolet literally means a skull or a head. So basically a half a shekel for each head in the head count in the census of Israel. In other words, each person in Israel had to bring a half a shekel. Okay. So, and who are we talking about? We're not talking about all of Israel. We're not talking about the females. We're talking about all of Israel from Pikudim mi ben 20 shana u'ma'ala. So we're talking about those who are 20 years and older. 20 years, what? 20 years of age was the age was considered the age of adulthood in ancient Israel. Not 13 as it is by the rabbis today, although certainly a person is not a child at the age of 13, even though the West comes up with this bizarre idea that people are children until the age of 18. Certainly a 16 and a 17-year-old is no longer a child. Just ask the Hamasniks who are sending their 16 and 17-year-olds, if not their 15, 14, and 13-year-olds to to battle against Israel. They're definitely not children. But at any rate, the age of adulthood, the age when you're considered to be really entered into the community as an adult in the Tanakh is 20. So 20 years of age and older. And this is speaking about the males, not the females. So the count of all of the males 20 years and older is 603,550. And we will meet these numbers again later, so we won't get into it right here. But each one of them was to give a half a shekel of silver. That's what the half shekel payment is. Unfortunately, we can't ask Ruvain Prager anymore because he has gone to heaven. But that was probably his main piece of work in his life was the half shekel. Okay, that was his main project in his life was the half shekel, and he would produce these half shekels of almost 100% pure silver, and then they were given to people or sold to people for a small profit. Hey, the guy's allowed to make a little bit of profit for himself. And he was a super, super good guy. I loved Ruvain, and Ruvain was really, really good to me. So, but then you sent it back to him, and then it was deposited. Then he would take these half shekels, these silver half shekels, and he would deposit them in. There was some kind of safe box that was kept, I believe, by the rabbinate of Jerusalem, or maybe they refused to take it, and then eventually they did. I don't remember the whole story. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us to ask him, but that was his big project, the half shekel, and he obviously was a wealth of knowledge on that subject. Although a lot of what he took was sadly from the Mishnah and the Talmud, so not that relevant or not 100% relevant to us Karaites, but he was definitely Karaite leaning, Ruvain, in many ways. But I know he did rely on the Mishnah and the Talmud for some of his information. Neither here nor there. The project was an amazing project. It was very important. It was one of the many things that were, in my opinion, one step in bringing Israel closer to the redemption, or the redemption closer to Israel. In fact, in Your Jerusalem newspaper that I publish, we find it here. We wrote an article. Oops. We wrote an article many years ago about Ruvain Prager and about his work on the half shekel. Let me see if I could find it here. So it'd be in the archives. Some archives. So here it is. Jerusalemite restores the holy half shekel. And actually, maybe I'll read a little bit about this. Okay. So I published this a bunch of years ago in 2010. Editor's introduction, that's me. Ruvain Prager it's a little bit larger for people to see, is a Jerusalem visionary. For years, he's worked relentlessly on storing ancient Israelite traditions such as biblical dress, which he calls Beged Ivri, and the holy half shekel mentioned in Exodus 30:13. That's not where we are right now. We're in Exodus 38, but it's also mentioned there. I've known Ruvain for years. He wrote for the print version of Your Jerusalem in the late 1990s. And it's my privilege once again to allow him to use the pages of this newspaper to speak about some of his latest projects. In the following series of articles, Ruvain will update us on his work with the holy half shekel. So let's read through a little bit. And this is in honor of my dear friend, Ruvain Prager. Really, he was an incredibly amazing person. He really was a visionary, and he really dedicated his whole life was dedicated to these various projects, these various Geula bringing projects that he spent his years working on. And he was a Levite as well. He was very into the idea of restoring Levitical leadership to the nation of Israel, because the leadership has been stolen away from the Kohanim, from the Levites, from the prophets, from the kings of the line of David, by the rabbis. They took over all of these roles for themselves, essentially, and they stole it away. They stole those roles away from the rightful owners of those roles. As I said, the Kohanim, the Levites, the prophets, and the kings of the house of David. Okay. So, though I am writing, this is Reuven speaking, though I'm writing this on the 24th of Av, 5770, I'm actually writing it for you, dear Talmidah, student who's researching the origins of the restoration of the Holy Shekel 100 years from now, in the year 5870, 2010, if these years are still counted. I am writing this for you because during my generation, back in the 2010s, we did not appreciate, recognize, or listen to our innovators while they were still with us. And he's talking about himself. And yes, he was an innovator for sure. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, taught that the holy half shekel was the foundation of our entire service to God. I don't know about that, but it's a nice thought. He taught this, and it was duly recorded, repeated, printed, and ignored by his Hasidim followers, though he himself never fulfilled the commandment of donating the holy half shekel, meaning Reuven's holy half shekel. He did not leave this world without first assuring us that it would be restored in the near future. The Rebbe based his teaching on the fact that the very first time we fulfilled the commandment of the holy half shekel in the desert, the silver donated by the Israelites was used to make the sockets that held up the walls of the tabernacle. Since the tabernacle represents our service to God, the holy half shekel is the very foundation of our service to God. In the following editions of Your Jerusalem, I will write a series of articles that will cover the entire history of the holy half shekel from its ancient Genesis in the period of the tabernacle through the first and second temple eras to its period of exile for 1,927 years, and finally to its restoration on Purim of 1998, talking about himself, for the upcoming Third Temple era. Okay, so obviously we're not going to read through all of this, but let's see, this is pretty short. So let me just read through the rest of this article. The pre-coinage period, anywhere that the Torah refers to shekalim, shekels, it is never, ever referring to money. A shekel was not a currency, but a weight. And in fact, the word scale comes from the word shekel. And again, although the modern English word scale comes from the ancient Hebrew word shekel, it wasn't just an ancient Hebrew word, it was a word that is found in all of the ancient Semitic languages pretty much. And you can trace the word scale back to the ancient Semitic root shekel, although of course the standard etymologies will never admit to this. Just as an ounce is broken down into grams, so the shekel is broken down into gerah. There are 20 gerah to the shekel. The concept of money was only introduced to the world in the 6th century BCE in Persia, today's Iran. The concept of money made its way to the Holy Land only in the 4th century BCE, introduced by the Greeks. So, interesting stuff. During the entire period of the tabernacle, the First Temple period, and for 100 years into the Second Temple era, the way we weighed out the holy half shekel was by weighing silver nuggets against stone weights. In fact, not only the donation of the half shekel for the building of the Mishkan, but any commandment that requires the payment of shekels of silver was paid by weighing out silver bars and nuggets against stone weights. This includes the 5 shekels for the redemption of the firstborn, Numbers 18:16, the 50 shekels for the bride's price, Deuteronomy 22:29, and the 30 shekels for the slave's price, Exodus 21:32. Even when Avraham Avinu paid 400 shekels for the cave of Machpelah as a burial site in Hebron, he did not whip out a wad of bills. He weighed out silver bars and nuggets against stone weights. Israelite weights were always made out of stone, never out of metal, because stone cannot acquire or impart ritual impurity. I think that is now Talmudic, actually. And because there's nothing that I could think of in the Torah that would state that gold and silver or that metal would acquire and impart ritual impurity. But at any rate, and anything offered in the temple had to be offered in a state of ritual purity. Stone weights were flat on the bottom, so they would not roll off the scale pans, and they were dome-shaped, often inscribed with their weight value. You may remember seeing similar weights before the invention of the digital scale. And in fact, where I live right now in a very, very small village, next door to us was she's now not there, was a lady who owned a store, and she would weigh things out by this exact method. She would have a scale. She would put stones on, or they weren't stones, but they were these weights with set weights on one side, and then the apples or whatever you're buying on the other side, and that's how she would figure out what the weight is. When you went to the jeweler to buy or sell a gold bracelet, the jeweler would put the bracelet on one side of the balance scale, then place a 10 gram weight, a 5 gram weight, and a 2 gram weight on the opposite side of the scale until the two sides balanced out. Likewise, the Israelites, in order to donate the holy half shekel, would put a half shekel's worth of stone weights on one side of the scale and then pour silver nugget onto the other side until the scale balanced. Then the silver nugget would be given over to the tabernacle or to the temple to fulfill the commandment. And there's a picture of Ruvain in his younger years. He's a pretty good looking guy. And that's it. That's the end of this article. And I think we'll stop there. But since the half shekel is mentioned here, that definitely does give us some insight. And again, I'd like to take this moment to just remember and to honor the great Reuven Prager, who is no longer with us. He died, I think, about 2 years now, and he really was an amazing guy. And I can't say a really, really close friend of mine, because Reuven had a lot of close friends, but he was a somewhat close friend of mine. I knew him. I don't know if I can say well. I knew him. I was over his house many times. I stayed at his house one time for about 3 months when I visited Israel, and he was always super, super nice to me and super good to me. And he was a person who definitely, he believed in his missions. His Beged Ivri, he believed in the half shekel. He believed in. He had the what he called the biblical weddings that he believed in. And yeah, he was a really special guy. Okay, let's move on. Verse 27. Why he? And by the way, we have someone in it's kind of attached to our community who is Reuven Prager's first cousin, and that's Ilan. I won't mention his last name because maybe he's a kind of private guy, but you know who I'm talking about if you're in the WhatsApp group. So Ilan is Reuven's first cousin, and Ilan and I met at Reuven's apartment, which overlooked Machane Yehuda in Jerusalem a bunch of years ago when Reuven was holding he would have this famous Thanksgiving meal once a year. And Ilan came to that, and I was there. I was staying at Reuven's house at the time, and we met in person. So anyway, okay, verse 27. Wahi ma'at kikar hakesef letzeket et adonai hakodesh ואת אדני הפרוכת, מעט אדנים, מעט הכיכר, כיכר לאדן. Okay, so let's move on. Verse 28, ואת האלף, 705, ו70 וואבים לעמודים, וציפר ראשיהם, וחישק אותם. Verse 29. So now we're getting to the count of the Nechoshet. Nechoshet is bronze. So sometimes based on the context, copper, but bronze. So what is bronze? Bronze is essentially copper. It's 90% copper and 10% zinc, if I remember correctly. Let's just verify that. So it's basically fortified copper. Copper is a problem, or copper by itself is problematic. It's very it's malleable, and so adding zinc to it. I'm sorry, not zinc. I'm mistake. Tin to it, and also the addition of other metals. Blah blah blah. Just look at bronze for a second, so we can understand it a bit more. There's an entire age called the Bronze Age. For you biblical archaeologists, you've heard of that for sure a lot. So bronze is an alloy, not an ally. America is an ally. No, America is not an ally. America says it's an ally, and the retarded current government of Israel says that America is an ally, but no, America is not an ally, and it's not an alloy. It's, I don't know what the hell it is. It's modern day collapsing Sodom and Gomorrah, soon to be replaced by either China or Russia or hopefully Israel. Bronze is an alloy consisting primarily of copper, commonly with about 12 to 12.5% tin, and often with the addition of other metals, including aluminum, manganese, nickel, or zinc. and sometimes nonmetals such as phosphorus or metalloids such as arsenic or silicon. These additions produce a range of alloys that may be harder than copper alone or have other useful properties such as strength, ductility, or machinability. The archaeological period in which bronze was the hardest metal in widespread use is known as the Bronze Age. The beginning of the Bronze Age in Western Eurasia and India is conventionally dated to mid-4th millennium BCE and to the early 2nd millennium in China. Elsewhere, it gradually spread across regions. The Bronze Age was followed by the Iron Age, starting about 1300 BC and reaching most of Eurasia by about 500 BC, although bronze continued to be much more widely used than it is in modern times. Okay. Because historical artworks were often made of brasses, copper, and zinc, and bronzes with different compositions. Modern museum and scholarly descriptions of older artworks increasingly use the generalized term copper alloy instead. Okay. So there we go. Maybe we'll read just a bit more. The discovery of bronze enabled people to create metal objects that were harder and more durable than previously possible. Bronze tools, weapons, armor, and building materials such as decorative tiles were harder and more durable than their stone and copper Chalcolithic predecessors. Initially, bronze was made out of copper and arsenic, forming arsenic bronze, or from naturally or artificially mixed ores of copper and arsenic. The earliest artifacts so far known come from the Iranian plateau in the 5th millennium BCE and are smelted from native arsenic copper and copper arsenides. Blah, blah, blah. We could skip this a little bit. Tin bronze was superior to arsenic bronze in that the alloying process could be more easily controlled, and the resulting alloy was stronger and easier to cast. Also, unlike those of arsenic, metallic tin and fumes from tin refining are not toxic. Tin became the major non-copper ingredient of bronze in the late 3rd millennium BCE. Ores of copper and the far rarer tin are not often found together. So serious bronze work has always involved trade. Tin sources and trade in ancient times had a major influence on the development of cultures. In Europe, a major source of tin was the British deposits of ore in Cornwall, which were traded as far as Phoenicia in the eastern Mediterranean and many parts of the world. Large hoards of bronze artifacts are found, suggesting that bronze also represented a store of value and an indicator of social status. In Europe, large hoards of bronze tools, typically socketed axes, illustrated above. There we go. Those are socketed axes. Are found, which mostly show no signs of wear. Chinese ritual bronzes, which are documented in the inscriptions, blah, blah, blah. We can skip a little. Let's read one more paragraph. So after bronze, we have iron, though bronze is generally harder than wrought iron, with Vickers hardness of blah, blah, blah. The Bronze Age gave way to the Iron Age after serious disruption of the tin trade. The population migrations of around 1200 to 1100 BC reduced the shipping of tin around the Mediterranean and from Britain, limiting supplies and raising prices. As the art of working in iron improved, iron became cheaper and improved in quality. As cultures advanced from hard wrought iron to machine forged iron, typically made with trip hammers powered by water. Blacksmiths learned how to make steel. Steel is stronger and harder than bronze and holds a sharper edge longer. Bronze was still used during the Iron Age and has continued in use for many purposes to the modern day. And steel, just as bronze is an alloy of copper and tin, steel is an alloy of iron and carbon. Okay, so you could think of first there's the Copper Age, and then copper was alloyed with tin. That was bronze. That was replaced with iron, and then iron became alloyed with carbon. Carbon alloys steel, and that became steel. Okay, so it's interesting. I am not an expert in metallurgy, but I find this stuff very, very interesting. Okay. Britain was once the home of tin, and it is believed that this is how they got the name Bet House Tin Betin to Britain. Okay, interesting. I think that's probably what we call a folk etymology. I don't think that's correct. In fact, a couple weeks ago, I saw a video on how Britain got its name. Let's see if I can find it. It's actually a great channel. I recommend it if you're interested in like the history of the English language. Let me see if I can find it. 1 second here. Whoa. Come on. YouTube, you can do it. Rob. It's Britain. I think this is it. Why is England called England? So I'm not going to play the video now, but you can watch this, Desiree, and then you can go argue it out with him. Okay. Let me share the video. Let me share the URL of the video. And that's a great channel. It's called Rob Words. He really gets into a lot of the history of English and why words are the way they are in modern English. A lot of interesting stuff there. Okay, so all right. So we spoke about bronze. We can close this out. It's Ruben Prager. Close this out. We'll leave this. Now we can close this for now. Leave this. We can close this. We can leave this because we'll be talking about it more. Okay. So now we're talking about the amount of bronze. So if Shivim Kikar Alafim Arba Meot Shakel, so 70 talents. So let's figure out how much that is. Well, it's a lot of bronze, right? How much did we have in gold? I think we had, I'm sorry, in silver, the Mea Kikar. So we had 100 talents of silver. And I think we said that that was about 5 tons of silver. So this is 70 talents. So it's 7/10 of 5. It's going to be 35 over 10. So that's going to be 3.5. So we're talking about 3.5 tons of bronze. Okay. Cool. Verse 30. Yasba et adane petach ohel moed. And again, these are the details of the parts of the tabernacle for which the bronze was used. I don't want to get into that this year. As I mentioned, we did that last year. We did that the year before. And really, the best way to do this is, I think, is either to watch a video, because a picture is worth 1,000 words and a video is worth 1,000,000 words, or they have kits where you can actually build like a small replica of the tabernacle. I know they have them in Israel. I'm sure you can get them anywhere in the world. And that's really a great way to learn about how the tabernacle was put together. You see all the clasps and the rings and all these little parts and pieces that they speak about. You will be able to touch them and hold them in your hands, or at least miniature models of them, and get an idea of how the tabernacle is put together. So if you want to have fun with the kids, with the grandkids, with yourself, then it's a great way. It's a great way to learn about the tabernacle. Just buy one of these miniature models of the tabernacle and put it together as a family. It's really educational. Another way, as I mentioned, is if you are ever in Eilat in Israel, about half an hour, 45 minutes north of Eilat is Timna Park. In Timna Park is a life-size replica of the tabernacle. You can go there, you can visit it, you can get a tour. Highly recommended. Okay, verse 31. ואת אדני החצר סביב, ואת אדני שאר החצר, ואת כל יסודות המשכן, ואת כל יסודות החצר סביב. Okay, so that's the count. So just to review here, that last section that we were reading was basically an inventory of the gold, silver, and bronze that was raised from the people of Israel for for the building of the tabernacle, and it was a lot, right? So did we say 1.5 tons of gold? That's a lot of gold. We said 1.5 tons of gold, 5 tons of silver, and 3.5 tons of copper. So we're talking about a lot of material. Okay, Exodus 39. Now these are the garments for the high priest and for the priests. So let's read through this. I love this stuff. I mean, to me, the priestly garments are absolutely fascinating. But again, I didn't want to focus on this. I don't want to focus on this again this year, since we did it last year, the year before. Give me 1 second, please. I'm not even going to disconnect the sound or anything. It's getting a little chilly in here. I want to turn up the heat. Okay. Oh, 1 second, please. Okay. Okay, so the ephod. So the ephod is the outermost garment. It has kind of a beautiful pattern on it, made of a bunch of different materials, chelet, argaman, etc. Let's take a look. So we can probably close this out now. I'll leave it just in case. And let's go to the garments of the high priest. Maybe we could watch a video about the garments of the high priest. Let's see if I can find a nice video. So we saw a video about the tabernacle. Maybe we should do one about the garments of the high priest. And then when we read through these verses, so Ariella says, or Ben says, let's see. If the gold from all the earrings that were in the approximately 2 million Israelites weighed an ounce, we come to over 50 tons of gold. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so let's see. Priestly garments. And I apologize in advance. A lot of these videos are put out by Christian sources. And so if the J guy gets mentioned, hey, don't blame me. I didn't do it. Oh, okay, cool. This is how long, this video? Jesus Christ, the great high priest. See what I mean? All right, let's try this one. Hopefully we won't get a lot of Jesus, 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 but okay. All right, awesome. Let me put this on. This will be really nice. So you don't have to hear me drone on. Okay, so I've got to share. Stop screen. Said stop screen. Share screen. Exodus 28. Garments. It's larger. Let's play.
And take thou unto thee Aaron thy brother and his sons with him from among the children of Israel, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And thou shalt make holy garments for Aaron thy brother for glory and for beauty. And these are the garments which they shall make: a breastplate and an ephod and a robe and a broidered coat, a mitre and a girdle. And they shall make holy garments for Aaron thy brother and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And they shall make the ephod of gold, of blue, and of purple, of scarlet, and fine twined linen with cunning work. It shall have the 2 shoulder pieces thereof joined at the 2 edges thereof, and so it shall be joined together. And the curious girdle of the ephod which is upon it shall be of the same, according to the work thereof, even of gold, of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And thou shalt take 2 onyx stones, and grave on them the names of the children of Israel, 6 of their names on one stone, and the other 6 names of the rest on the other stone, according to their birth. With the work of an engraver in stone, like the engravings of a signet, shalt thou engrave the 2 stones with the names of the children of Israel. Thou shalt make them to be set in ouches of gold. And thou shalt put the 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod for stones of memorial unto the children of Israel. And Aaron shall bear their names before the Lord upon his 2 shoulders for a memorial. And thou shalt make ouches of gold, and 2 chains of pure gold at the ends. Of wreathen work shalt thou make them, and fasten the wreathen chains to the ouches. And thou shalt make the breastplate of judgment with cunning work. After the work of the ephod thou shalt make it. Of gold, of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine twined linen shalt thou make it. 4 square it shall be, being doubled. A span shall be the length thereof, and a span shall be the breadth thereof. And thou shalt set in it settings of stones, even 4 rows of stones. The first row shall be a sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This shall be the first row. And the second row shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row a beryl, and an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold in their enclosings. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of Israel, 12 according to their names, like the engravings of a signet. Every one with his name shall they be, according to the 12 tribes. And thou shalt make upon the breastplate chains at the ends of wreathen work of pure gold. And thou shalt make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold, and shalt put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And thou shalt put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings which are on the ends of the breastplate. And the other 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains thou shalt fasten in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And thou shalt make 2 rings of gold, and thou shalt put them upon the 2 ends of the breastplate in the border thereof, which is in the side of the ephod inward. And 2 other rings of gold thou shalt make, and shalt put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, toward the forepart thereof, over against the other coupling thereof, above the curious girdle of the ephod. And they shall bind the breastplate by the rings thereof unto the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, that it may be above the curious girdle of the ephod, and that the breastplate be not loosed from the ephod. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Israel in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goeth in unto the holy place, for a memorial before the Lord continually. And thou shalt put in the breastplate of judgment the Urim and the Thummim, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart when he goeth in before the Lord. And Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Israel upon his heart before the Lord continually. And thou shalt make the robe of the ephod all of blue, and there shall be an hole in the top of it in the midst thereof. It shall have a binding of woven work round about the hole of it, as it were the hole of an habergeon, that it be not rent. And beneath upon the hem of it thou shalt make pomegranates of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet round about the hem thereof, and bells of gold between them round about. A golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate upon the hem of the robe round about. And it shall be upon Aaron to minister, and his sound shall be heard when he goeth in unto the holy place before the Lord, and when he cometh out, that he die not. And thou shalt make a plate of pure gold, and grave upon it, like the engravings of a signet, Holiness to the Lord. And thou shalt put it on a blue lace, that it may be upon the mitre, upon the forefront of the mitre it shall be. And it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, that Aaron may bear the iniquity of the holy things which the children of Israel shall hallow in all their holy gifts. And it shall be always upon his forehead, that they may be accepted before the Lord. And thou shalt embroider the coat of fine linen, and thou shalt make the mitre of fine linen, and thou shalt make the girdle of needlework. And for Aaron's sons thou shalt make coats, and thou shalt make for them girdles, and bonnets shalt thou make for them, for glory and for beauty. And thou shalt put them upon Aaron thy brother and his sons with him, and shalt anoint them, and consecrate them, and sanctify them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And thou shalt make them linen breeches to cover their nakedness. From the loins even unto the thighs they shall reach. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons, when they come in unto the tabernacle of the congregation, or when they come near unto the altar to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity and die. It shall be a statute forever unto him and his seed after him.
Okay, so you guys get the idea. As long as they're at it, maybe we should watch this one too, the tabernacle. Find it. So this is the channel messages of Christ. Okay. Tabernacle of Moses. See if we can find it. Videos. Altar of incense. We don't want any of this Christian nonsense, obviously. Let's see here. So it's Temple explained, Tabernacle of Moses. Okay. Let's watch this one. Okay, that's enough. Those are good videos. Somehow I don't think they were playing medieval church music in the tabernacle back in Moses' time, but close enough. Okay, so that is that. And at the end we saw the Ark of the Covenant, and that reminds me of an interesting verse which I've seen, of course, many times before, but I happen to lately I've been going through the book of Jeremiah, and I came across the book again, or I came across the verse again. So let's talk about that verse for a second. Yeah. So Jeremiah 3:16. Let's pick it up here. Share screen. So I think we can close this for now. Jeremiah. Go. 3. So let's start. Well, it's a good excuse to get into Jeremiah a little bit. Okay. So let's start here in Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 6. Yomer Yahweh Eli, so Yahweh said to me, this is Yahweh speaking to Jeremiah, Bimei Yoshiahu Melech, so in the days of Josiah, Josiah was one of the righteous kings, but he had a sudden death, unfortunately. Karaite asher asta mishuba Yisrael. So in the days of Josiah, he said to me, have you seen that which Israel, who are moving backwards, backsliding, have done? Al kol har gavoa. She goes, meaning Israel goes, al kol har gavoa, up to every tall mountain, but tachat kol etz ra'anan, and under every refreshing or shady tree, but tizni sham, and acts the harlot, or acts promiscuously there. Literally acts the harlot. Acts, basically gets treated as a prostitute. Gets, you know what it like a prostitute there. Gets effed like a prostitute there is really what it's saying. Okay. They'll usually translate as acts the harlot or something like that. How they translate it here. Played the harlot. Okay. Verse 7. Wa Omar Acharei Asutad Kol Ele Elai Tashuv Kol Ele Elai Tashuv Velo Shaba Otera Bigoda Achota Yehuda. Okay, so Omer, let's break this down into the two half sections of the verse. That is, Omar Acharei Asutad Kol Ele, and I said after she is done, or after she did all of these things, meaning go to the top of every mountain and under every shady tree and get used like a prostitute there. And by the way, getting used like a prostitute, obviously it's speaking about the nation of Israel. So this is not speaking about actual sexual relations. This is an analogy for worshiping other gods. So if God is the husband and Israel is the wife, which is an analogy used many times throughout the Tanakh, then the wife, Israel, is supposed to have, quote unquote, figuratively speaking, sexual relations only with her husband, Yahweh. But here she is having sexual, again, figuratively speaking, sexual relations with others. And in this case, it means worshiping other gods. So the idea of acting the prostitute is an analogy, it's an allegory, it's a metaphor for Israel worshiping other gods, betraying Yahweh and going to the tops of hills, to high places, and under leafy trees. Again, we spoke about last week the Baal and the Asherah being a tree, representing fertility. So this was a very common idol in the ancient world, in the ancient Near East, and this is what is being spoken about there. Okay. And I said, after she did all of these things, that she'll come back to me. But she didn't come back to me. So in other words, God says, okay, she's going to go, and she's going to get it out of her system. She's going to go, blow the whole school or something like that. And then she'll get sick and tired of it. She'll realize I'm really her true husband, and she'll come back to me, and that'll be the end of it. Okay. Velo shava, but she didn't come back. Bagoda achota Yehuda. And then I beheld what tere bagoda achota Yehuda. But then I saw or was seen her not rebelling. What's the word I'm looking for? Her traitorous sister Yehuda. So here, when it says Israel, it's talking about the northern kingdom. This is in the time of Jeremiah. Okay, Jeremiah is already late into the history of Israel and Judah. The two kingdoms have already been split up. In fact, Jeremiah is present when the Babylonians attack and destroy Jerusalem and the temple. It's mentioned explicitly in the book of Jeremiah. In fact, it's reiterated as the last couple of verses of the book of Jeremiah. So at any rate, so now speaking about her traitorous sister, Judah. So as bad as Israel has done, now Judah has done even worse. Okay, verse 8. ואראה כי על כל עודות אשר נאפה משבע ישראל, שלחתיה ואתן את ספר כריתותיה אליה ולא יראה בגודה יהודה אחותה ותלך ותיזן גם היא. Okay, so let's translate this. Verse 8, ואראה כי על כל עודות אשר נאפה משבע ישראל. So, and then I saw that of all the things, or regarding all of which Israel, meaning again the northern kingdom of Israel, committed the backsliding northern kingdom, the backsliding Israel committed adultery against me. Shilachtiha, I sent her away, meaning I divorced her. In the case of, again, this is the analogy of a husband and wife. So literally it says I sent her away, shilachtiha, but in this case it's what we would call in modern parlance divorced her. I sent her away. V'tenet sefer krituteha, and I gave her her divorce papers, literally the scroll of her cutting off. Okay, but again, her divorce papers, her get, as we would say in modern Hebrew. Eleha, gave it to her. Velo yar'a bogeda Yehuda achota. But her traitorous sister Judah did not fear. Utelech v'tizen gam hi. And she, meaning Judah, went and played the harlot, acted like a prostitute. She also went and acted like a prostitute. So basically, to sum up, what Jeremiah is saying here is that Israel, and in this case, it means the northern kingdom, Israel went and acted like the harlot, which is a metaphor for rejecting Yahweh and worshiping, or forgetting about Yahweh and worshiping other gods. And so the husband, Yahweh, metaphorically speaking, divorced Israel and sent her on her way. And Yehuda was supposed to, the southern kingdom, Judah was supposed to see this and maybe, get the idea that she's also going to get sent away. But Yehuda did not saw this or knew about this, that I sent Israel away. And what does it mean, sent Israel away? This is already past the time when the Assyrians had conquered Israel. The northern kingdom of Israel had already been conquered by the Assyrians, and only Judah, the southern kingdom, remained. So this is saying, so basically we'll talk about what it means historically in a second. But so then Jeremiah goes on to say that Judah, the southern kingdom, the kingdom of Judah, should have seen what I did to her sister Israel, sent her away, divorced her, metaphorically speaking, and should have wised up and come back to me, but she didn't. Okay, she went, she also went and acted like a prostitute, acted like a slut. Okay, verse 9, oops. והיה מכל זנותה ותחנף את הארץ ותנאף את האבן ואת העץ. Okay, so we see now that Judah, the southern kingdom, went and also played the prostitute, didn't learn the lesson from what happened to her older sister or to her big sister Israel. One second here. Okay, so and it was through the lightness of her, or thinking lightly about her acting the prostitute. In other words, she just didn't think to. She took it lightly and went and acted the prostitute. That she defiled the land and committed adultery with stone and wood. Stone and wood, as should be clear, represents idols, right? Idols that were made out of stone and idols that were made out of wood, or carved and, or shall we say, chiseled and carved idols. Okay. Verse 10, V'gam b'chol lo shava elai bagoda achota Yehuda b'chol liba ki im b'sheker neum Yahweh. And even so, v'gam b'chol and even with all of this, lo shava elai bagoda achota Yehuda, the treacherous or the treasonous, her treasonous sister Judah did not come back to me, b'chol liba, with all her heart, ki im b'sheker, but with a lying heart, or deceitfully. Let me translate here. In pretense, neum Yahweh, declares Yahweh. Okay, so we have the analogy here. So basically, let's talk about this completely historically, what these verses are saying. Okay, so basically, on the metaphorical level, Yahweh is speaking to Judah and saying, your sister Israel went and played the harlot, went and acted like a slut, and committed adultery. I'm her husband. I, Yahweh, am her husband. She went and committed adultery with other gods on every tall mountain, on the top of every tall mountain, and under every leafy tree. Right? She worshipped these other gods, and we know that idol worship often took place on high places, on mountaintops, and under leafy trees, such as the most classic case, or the most famous case, the Asherah tree. Okay, so God, this is what Yahweh is saying to Judah. This is what your older sister, or your sister Israel, did, and I divorced her. I sent her away. I gave her divorce papers, and I sent her away. What does that mean historically speaking? That means, let's get to the historical in a second. So I gave her my wife Israel. I gave her divorce papers because she was acting like a slut, sleeping around, and I sent her away. And now you, Judah, her sister, should have seen this and should have gotten the idea, should have wised up from this, and should have stopped doing what you were doing, the same thing, worshiping these gods of wood and stone, and you should have come back to me. But you did come back to me, but not with all your heart. And perhaps this is referring to some of the kings were good, the later kings were good, and some were not so good. Josiah really was the last good king of Judea, and this is taking place, or this oracle is taking place in the days of Josiah, Bimei Yoshiyahu. This is the same Josiah that found was told about finding the scroll of the Torah in the temple, and he renewed the covenant. He caused all of Judea, or attempted to cause all of Judea to come back to worship of Yahweh. But at any rate, here Judah came back, but not with all her heart, only under pretense. Okay, and that's the analogy here. Okay, my wife Judah came back, but not with all her heart. Okay, what's the historical context here, or what's really going on here historically? So again, Israel, we know that's the northern kingdom. When it says that Israel was when I sent her away, when I divorced her and gave her Sefer Krituteha, her divorce papers, literally the scroll of cutting her off, or of her cutting off. That is referring to the Syrians who came and conquered Israel and exiled many of its inhabitants. That's talking about the end of the northern kingdom of Israel, which occurred in, I can't remember the exact year, I think 629 or something like this. I'd have to look up the exact year, 629 BCE or thereabouts. Okay, so now Judah should have gotten the lesson and learned from this that they're going to be conquered, but Judah did not get the lesson, did not learn from this. They continued playing the harlot. They continued worshiping these foreign gods of stone and of wood. Evan and Eitz. Evan is stone, Eitz is wood. And they pretended to come back to me, but they didn't come back to me with a full heart. And so they're ultimately going to get destroyed as well. And of course, as we mentioned before, Jeremiah is the prophet, or the main prophet that speaks in the time when the Babylonians actually came and conquered Judah, destroyed the southern kingdom, destroyed Jerusalem, broke down its walls, burnt the temple down, and exiled many of its inhabitants. And we actually get the actual number of inhabitants that were exiled. Numbers, believe it or not, only in the thousands. Okay, so that's Jeremiah verse 3, 6 through 10. So that's the setup of what's going on. Okay. And of course, as we see many times in the prophets, after we have the excoriation, then we have kind of the call to repentance, or the nechama, how would you say that in English? I can't think of the right word in English. The kind of the calling back, or the hope for better days, shall we say? Okay. So now we're in verse 11. Vayomer Yahweh Elai. ויאמר יהוה אלי צדקה נפשה משובה ישראל מבוגדה יהודה. And Yahweh said to me, let me just check one thing here. צדקה נפשה משובה ישראל. Okay, so the backsliding Israel herself was more righteous מבוגדה Yehuda, from the treacherous, from the treasonous Judah. So this is really an oracle against Judah, since the northern kingdom, Israel, has already been exiled by the Assyrians. So now Judah, who's trying to bring, I'm sorry, Jeremiah, who's trying to bring Judah, the southern kingdom, back to repentance, and fails in doing so ultimately, because again, Judah is in 585, is it? I believe 586 BCE. Judah is then conquered by Nebuchadnezzar and the Babylonians, and essentially ceases to be an independent nation at that point, an independent kingdom at that point. But here, Jeremiah is calling out to Judah in an attempt to get Judah to repent, and saying to Judah that even with all that happened to your sister Israel, meaning I divorced her, or in other words, the Assyrians came and conquered her, that she was more righteous than you, treasonous Judah. Okay? הלוך וקראת את הדברים האלה צפונה ואמרת שובה משובה ישראל נאום יהוה לא אפיר פניי בכם כי חסיד אני נאום יהוה לא אתור לעולם. Okay. So go, הלוך וקראת את הדברים האלה צפונה. So go, cry these things out towards the north. ואמרת שובה משובה ישראל. I just need to check one thing here. Not getting the context. So we'll just see English for 1 second. So it's Jeremiah 3:12. Let's see how the NIV translates that one. Jeremiah 3. Let's go to the NIV for a second. 12. Go for the north, return fences as well. I will find you. Okay. Okay. ולא פיר פניי בכם. Okay. הלוך קראת את הדברים האלה צפונה, ואמרת שובה משובה ישראל. Okay, got it. So go, cry these things out, Sfona towards the north, Vamata, and say, Shuva Mishuba Yisrael, come back, return to me, backsliding Israel, Ne'um Yahweh, declares Yahweh, Lo apir panai bachem, I will not literally cause my face to fall upon you, but that means basically express my anger towards you, ki chasidani, because I am merciful. Ne'um Yahweh, declares Yahweh, Lo atur leolam, and I will not hold a grudge forever. Achti'i avonech ki b'Yahweh Elohecha pashat. But admit your iniquity, ki b'Yahweh Elohecha pashat, that you have sinned or that you've committed crimes against Yahweh your God. V'tifazri et derachecha lizarim. Tachat kol etz ra'anan u'bekoli lo shamatem ne'um Yahweh. Okay, but admit your iniquities, and this is now Yahweh speaking through Jeremiah to the northern kingdom, to Israel, but admit your iniquities, ki b'Yahweh Elohecha pashata, that you've committed crimes against Yahweh your God, v'tefazri et derachecha, and literally you've scattered your ways, mizarim, to strangers, to foreigners. Okay, in other words, you've taken all your strength and you've given it away, you've scattered it away to foreigners. Again, this is a metaphor for worshiping foreign gods. Tachat kol etz ra'anan, under every leafy or under every shady tree. Again, a reference to idol worship, which took place under Asherah trees. Okay, B'koli lo shamatem ne'um Yahweh, but you did not listen to my voice, declares Yahweh. Verse 14. Shuvu banim shovavim. Return, backsliding children or backsliding sons. And this is very interesting. So here, Shuva Mishuba. So Shovavim, I won't get into the whole thing right now. It's really more interesting to myself, but it'll be too complicated to get into. But in modern Hebrew, the word Shovav is usually translated as mischievous. Like children who are mischievous are called Shovavim. Okay? But here we see that it really comes from the same word or the same root, shav, which is used here in the word mishubah, backsliding. Here, it's the vav is doubled, which could imply emphasis or could imply a slightly different kind of color of that word. So here they translate it as backsliding, but in modern Hebrew, that word is used very often to refer to mischievous children. Okay, the shovav. Okay, you're mischievous, but it really means backsliding. Okay, at any rate, so return mischievous or backsliding children. Ne'um Yahweh, declares Yahweh. Hianochi ba'alti bachem, because I was your husband, or I had become your husband. I became your husband. From the word Baal, you should translate as husband. Literally, it means owner or master, because the idea in ancient times and still in many non-Western societies is that when a man marries a woman, he takes her as a wife. He takes her almost as a possession, as part of his household. And possession, that's a very loaded word, so I don't really want to use it, but takes her as a part of his household. Let's translate it that way. ולקחתי אתכם אחד בעיר ושניים ממשפחה והבאתי אתכם ציון. And I will take you, one from the city and two from a family, והבאתי אתכם ציון, and I will bring you back to Zion. Okay? So this is kind of an oracle for the end of times, that God will not remain angry with Israel forever, and eventually will bring them back to Zion, to Jerusalem. Okay, ונתתי לכם רועים כליבי, וראו אתכם דעה והשכיל. So ונתתי לכם רועים כליבי, and I will give you shepherds according to my own heart. In other words, this is again an end of days prophecy. When I bring you back to Zion, this is speaking now to Israel. When I bring you back to Zion, I will put shepherds over you according to my own heart. In other words, not these horrible kings that you had before you were exiled by the Assyrians, but I will give you, in other words, it's referring to a descendant of David. I will give you shepherds. I will place shepherds over you according to my own heart, those that are loyal to me, not like the shepherds that you had that were loyal to these foreign gods. And they will shepherd you. Uh-oh, this thing froze up. Uh-oh, I think we're frozen. Okay, I'm gonna do what I've been doing lately, which is quit the computer. I'm gonna stop the computer and I'm gonna come back in. So just give me a couple minutes. Okay, are we back? I think we're back. I'll assume we're back. Okay, so we were in Jeremiah 3. Let me share the screen. What do you want for?
I would like to turn on a heater in the back.
Go.
And where do I put the files?
Okay, so here we are. We're back in Jeremiah 3. And we're up to verse 15. So I will, so I give you shepherds according to my own heart, and they will shepherd you with knowledge and with wisdom. Verse 16, and I think this is the verse that we wanted to get to, which is really a fascinating verse. Ki tirbu ufritem ba'ares bi'amim ha'hema, and so it shall be when you are fruitful And when you multiply and are fruitful, actually says it reverse. Ba'aretz, in the land, meaning back in the land of Israel. Yamim hahema, in those days, Ne'um Yahweh declares Yahweh, Lo yomru od. They will no longer say Aron Brit Yahweh. They will no longer say the Ark of the Covenant of Yahweh. Velo ya'aleh alev, and it will not come up in their heart. In other words, they won't even give heart to it. Velo yiskarubo, and they won't even remember it. Velo yifkodu, velo ya'ase od, and it will not be remembered. I guess you could put it that way. And velo ya'ase od, and they will not make it again. So this is actually a fascinating verse. I'm going to read it again. In fact, let's get a formal English translation for it, verse 16. So this is an end of days prophecy for Israel. In those days, when your numbers have increased greatly in the land, declares the Lord, people will no longer say the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord. It will never enter their minds or be remembered. It will not be missed, nor will another one be made. So this is actually a fascinating verse. And why did I bring it up? Because we've studied here, or we're studying here, at least in the last chapter, the building of the various aspects of the tabernacle. And in last week's parsha, we didn't actually read it, but it was spoken about constructing the Ark of the Covenant. And one could even say that the entire tabernacle, its only purpose, I won't say its only purpose, but its main purpose is to house the Ark of the Covenant. That is the centerpiece of the tabernacle. The Ark of the Covenant is placed in the Holy of Holies, and on the Ark of the Covenant is the cover of the Ark, the kaporet, which has the cherubim, the kruvim, and between the kruvim is where the glory of Yahweh, as we'll see in chapter 40 of Exodus, in the last chapter of Exodus, and if we don't get to it soon, I'll skip ahead to it because it's so important. That's where the glory of Yahweh descends, and that's essentially where Yahweh's glory, which is a non-physical entity, you could kind of say this spiritual energy emanates from this place between the kruvim, between the cherubs on the cover of the Ark of the Covenant. Okay, so it's an amazing thing that we see here in Jeremiah 3:16, that in the end of days or in the future times, people will not ask about the Ark of the Covenant. They won't remember it, and it won't be rebuilt. How is that even possible? It's actually a fascinating story, and I think it actually gives us a very deep insight into the way God works. Okay, God is not a static God. Okay, He's a living God. He's Elohim Chaim. He's the living God, which means things are constantly changing. Okay, He's not. If you look at a God such as, let's say, one of these idols of stone or wood, they don't change. Stone doesn't change. Wood, I don't know, maybe changes a little bit, gets waterlogged, loses an arm or something like that. But the God behind it doesn't change, right? And it's this idea that is so ingrained in Western thought, in Greek thought, in ancient Greek thought, and in Western thought, that God is static, that whatever He says, He will, or whatever He says, that will always be the case. He can never change His mind. His rules will always be the same. Nothing will ever change. And that is not the image, or that is not the conception of the God of the Tanakh. That is not the conception of Yahweh. Yahweh is the Elohim Chaim. He's the living God. And I think deliberately He points this out, or this is pointed out many times throughout the Tanakh, whereby new things happen with Yahweh that didn't happen before, such as the Exodus from Egypt, okay? Or such as the revelation of His name, Yahweh, in Exodus chapter 3, whereas before He was only known as El Shaddai, okay? God is constantly, I don't want to use the word updating or changing. Those are the wrong words. God is constantly doing new things, and in some cases getting rid of old things. He's not static because He's alive. He's real. The false gods of wood and stone, the false gods of the other nations, Jesus is static. The Baalim, the Baals are static. The Asherah is static. They're always the same. They always
believe the same things. They don't change. They can't change because they're not real. But Yahweh is real. Just like we're real human beings, Yahweh is a real God. He's the Elohim Chaim. He's the living God. And so things are constantly changing. And so I think if one could take this verse literally, I think that deliberately, in the end of days, Yahweh doesn't want us to focus on this Aron Brit Yahweh. He doesn't want us to focus on the Ark of the covenant with Yahweh because he wants to bring new things to us. He wants to bring new and greater things to us. And there's another verse in Jeremiah, which I'll point to in a second, which also solidifies this idea. But it's an amazing thing. Yahweh is constantly doing new things. Just as we wake up each day and we do new things and we accomplish things, so Yahweh is not waking up, but each day in this world, he's doing new things and accomplishing new things because he's a real living God. And this is a fascinating verse, which I think points that out, which is very difficult for Western minds to absorb because the Greek concept of God is that God is static. His law is static. Nothing changes, because how can God change? He's God. He's perfect. Perfection can't change. But that is not the Hebrew. That is not the Tanakhic concept of Yahweh. He's constantly doing new things. Doesn't mean his basic underlying morality of goodness is changing, but the things he does within the world are changing. Okay? And I'll point to another verse in Jeremiah which solidifies this idea. And I hope you guys can hear me, right? I haven't done a sound check in a while. Can you guys hear me? Okay, good. So Jeremiah, I'll just go to the English on this one just to save some time. So Jeremiah 9. (16). Let me just find it. Maybe it's 16:9. I was getting confused. 1 second. I guess it's 16:9. 1 second. Yeah. I guess it starts in 16:9. So I'll read it here. I'm just going to read the English just to save some time. This is Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 8. And do not enter a house. No, we'll skip ahead a little bit. We could just start here. Jeremiah 16:14. However, days are coming, declares Yahweh, when it will no longer be said, as surely as the Lord lives. We should really look at that in Hebrew. But again, this is the idea of the living God. He's Elohim Chaim. He's alive. He's real. Okay? As sure as the Lord lives, who brought the Israelites up out of Egypt. So that will not be said, but it will be said, as surely as the Lord lives, who brought the Israelites up out of the land of the north and out of all the countries where he had banished them, for I will restore them to the land I gave their ancestors. This is also an incredible verse. Jeremiah is saying here that Yahweh will no longer be considered, or will no longer be remembered as the God who brought the Israelites out of Egypt. And think of what a central point this is to how we think about the God of Israel right now, how we think of Yahweh, right? There's so much throughout the Tanakh, there's so much throughout the Torah who speaks about the God of Israel who brought us out of Egypt, okay, who freed us from Egypt, who brought us out of Egypt. It's a central element of our worship of Yahweh. In fact, the next holiday coming up, well, Rabbinical Purim is coming up, but after Rabbinical Purim, the next holiday coming up is, and when I say Rabbinical Purim, I'm not implying that Purim is a rabbinical holiday. It's not. It's in the Tanakh, in the Book of Esther. I'm just saying that the Rabbinites, they celebrating it this year on the 14th and 15th day of the 13th month, not of the 12th month, as it says in the book of Esther. At any rate, the next big holiday the next biblical holiday coming up is Passover. Passover is a celebration of Yahweh freeing us from Egypt, right? Bringing us out of Egypt. But here Jeremiah says, as surely as Yahweh lives, who brought the Israelites up out of Egypt, but it will be said, as surely as Yahweh lives, who brought the Israelites up out of the land of the north and out of all the countries where he had banished them, for I will restore them to the land I gave their ancestors. In other words, in the end of days, we're not going to remember Yahweh essentially for for bringing us out of Egypt. We're going to remember him for bringing us back from all of the lands of the world back to the land of Israel, as it's happening now, as it's been happening for the past 100 years or past 150 years. Okay, this is what Yahweh will be remembered for. So much so that it even raises the question as to whether the holiday of Passover will be continued. And I know that would almost seem like a radical or a heretical point to raise. How is it possible? The Torah is the word of God. It says to celebrate Passover, but God is not static. God is the living God. Yahweh is the living God. He does new things for us. And in the end of days, when he brings the people of Israel out of all of the countries, as he's already started to do, and now with the craziness that's going on in America, will probably might be finished off in the near future, right? When he brings us out of all the countries and brings us back to the land of Israel, this is a miracle that's even greater, or at least it's newer and more fresh in our minds than the Exodus from Egypt. So much so that we will no longer remember Yahweh, essentially for, maybe we'll forget altogether. I won't say forget altogether, but we won't remember him. We won't call him the God who brought us up out of Egypt. We'll call him the God who brought us back from all the nations to the land of Israel, because God is not static. God is the living God. And who knows, maybe in the end of days, Passover will be disbanded. I believe even the rabbis have this concept, and I think that's actually one of the concepts that I kind of agree with on the rabbis. It's possible, or agree on with the rabbis, it's possible that the holiday of Passover, which commemorates Yahweh bringing us out of Egypt, will be disbanded, and maybe there will be a new holiday that Yahweh implements, which celebrates us coming back from all of the lands of the world back to the land of Israel, because Yahweh is the living God. He's constantly doing new and great things, especially for his people Israel. And this is, again, is a radical and almost heretical seeming concept to the Western mind, because the Western mind cannot fathom the idea that God is not static, that God is a living God. Okay? The Western mind says if God is perfect and his law is perfect and the Torah represents the perfect law of God, then it can never change. But that is not an Israelite mindset. That is not a Tanakhic mindset. The Tanakhic mindset is that God is not some kind of abstract concept. God is a living, I won't say human being, but he's a living being, okay? Not a creature, but a being, because he exists, okay? He's a living being with his own feelings, his own emotions, who's constantly doing new things, just as we were created in the image of Yahweh, wake up each day and we do something new, hopefully something good, right? And we do things in our lives and we advance in our lives and we achieve the goals that we set out for ourselves. So Yahweh is a living being who does new and great things and also advances his will towards its ultimate destination, which is the nation of Israel coming back to the land of Israel, keeping the true Torah of Israel, not the rabbinical garbage, and worshiping the true creator of the universe, Yahweh. Okay? So these are two amazing verses in the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah 3:16, which says that in the end of days, we will not think about the Ark of the Covenant, and we won't attempt even to rebuild the Ark of the Covenant. And Jeremiah 16, technically 15 or 14 to 15, which says that we will no longer think of Yahweh as the Lord, as the God who brought us out of Egypt, but as the God who brought us back from all of the nations to the land of Israel. Okay? So I hope that kind of makes sense. And there's a great talk about this very issue by one of my favorite, she's secular Bible scholars named Christine Hayes. And I'll have to find, I'm not sure if I have the video for this, the link to this talk, but she really brings out this point incredibly well. The difference between the Greek approach towards God versus the Torah approach towards God. Let me see if I can find it. Christine Hayes, Greek versus I don't know, Jewish. Let's see if I can find this talk. Complicated goy. No. I think this is it. Yes. Yeah, I believe this is the video. So if you want to watch a great lecture, and Christine Hayes she's brilliant. She really is one of my favorite secular Bible scholars, if not my favorite altogether. And I think this is the right one. So let me post the link to it. And she'll explain this concept that I've spoken about here at length. The difference between the way the Greeks saw their gods, which was very static and perfect, so therefore it cannot be unchanging, because how can perfection change? It's already perfect. And the way that we Israelites see Yahweh as a living God, constantly evolving, doing new things, especially for the world, but especially for his beloved nation, Israel. So let me post this link. It's in the chat. The name of the video is Christine Hayes, What's So Divine About Divine Law? And if you have a free hour and a half while you're preparing dinner or something like that, I highly recommend taking a listen. Okay, so there's the link if you want to somehow. I don't think you can copy it down, but maybe you can screenshot it, and then now with photos, you can just copy and paste text off of photos. So if not, you can grab it out of the chat and give it a listen. It's really fascinating. And all of our stuff is fascinating. Okay, so that's Jeremiah 16. We were in Jeremiah 3. Let's go back to our Parsha. That's Exodus 37. We've completed, Exodus 37. No, Exodus 38. We've completed Exodus 38, which means that gives us the right to go on to Exodus 39, which is more flyover country. So I think I'm going to just read through. I know I always say this and I never do, but I'm really going to try to just read through Exodus 39 and 40. No, I'm going to read through Exodus 39 and then we're going to focus on 40. Okay? So I promise this time. No, I know I'm not going to be able to stick to my promise, so I better not. I'll try really hard just to read through. Follow along in your translations, or if you can read it in the original Hebrew, Matov, even better. But let's go ahead here. We are in, second, please. We are in Exodus chapter 39, verse 1. Umin atchelet v'ha'argaman v'tola'at hashani asu bigdei sarad le'sharet v'kodesh v'ya'asu et bigdei hakodesh asher le'aharon kashet tziwa Yahweh et Moshe. So we're talking now about the garments of the high priest. Verse 2. V'ya'as et ha'ephod. What is the ephod? Let's at least get a picture up here. We watched that video, but here's the garments. Okay, so there we go. How to make this big? Probably don't. There we go. Okay, good enough. Okay, so the ephod is this outer garment with this, intricate pattern on it. Verse 3. ויקראו את פחי זהב וקיצץ פתילים לעשות בתוך התכלת ובתוך הארגמן, בתוך תולעת השני ובתוך השש מעשה חושב. So they intertwined threads of gold with the rest of these material into the ephod. Beautiful. Verse 4. בכתפות עשו לו חוברות על שני קיצותיו חובר וחשב עפודתו אשר עלו ממנו הוא במעשהו זהב תכלת וארגמן ותולעת שני ושש משזר כאשר ציווה יהוה את משה. Verse 6. ויעשו את אבני השוהם. So these are the onyx stones. So there are altogether on the garments of the high priest, there are a total of 14 stones. 12 in the Choshen Mishpat, in the breastplate of judgment, for each of the 12 tribes, and then 2 on the shoulders of the high priest, in the order of their birth, 6 tribes on one side, 6 tribes on the other side. That's the onyx stones. That's what we're speaking about here. Avnei Shoham, by the way, one of our cats is named Shoham. מוסבות משבצות זהב מפותחות פיתוחי חותם על שמות בני ישראל, so according to the names of the children of Israel. Verse 7. וישם אותם על כתפות האפוד, אבני זיכרון, לבני ישראל כאשר ציווה יהוה את משה. So those onyx stones go on the high priest's shoulders. ויעש את החושן, מעשה חושב, כמעשה אפוד, זהב, תכלת וארגמן, תולעת שני, ושש משזר. So now we're talking about the choshen, okay, which is going to be this sucker over here. It's also made out of the same type of material, the same type of pattern as the ephod, and then on it, the 12 gemstones are going to be mounted. Verse 9. רבוע היה כפול, עשו את החושן, זרת ארכו וזרת רוחבו כפול. And we saw that in the video. וימלאו בו 4 טורי אבן, טור אודם, פתדה וברקת, הטור האחד. So now we're going to go through the 4 rows of the breastplate of judgment and mention the types of stones that are placed in them. והטור השני נופך sapir. Sapir is sapphire, and that clearly, the word sapphire clearly comes from the Hebrew word sapir. Yahalom. Verse 12. הטור השלישי לשם שיבו ואח למה. Verse 13. והטור הרביעי תרשיש שוהם, there's the onyx again, וישווה מוסבות משבצות זהב במילואותם. Verse 14. והאבנים על שמות בני ישראל הנה 12 על שמותם פיתוחי חותם איש על שמו ל12 שבט. So each, basically that's saying that the 12 tribes, the names of the 12 tribes are going to be engraved on each of those 12 stones. Verse 15, ויעשו על החושן שרשרת גבלות מעשה עבוד זהב טהור. So that's speaking about the chain, this sucker over here. So the choshen mishpat is affixed to the ephod over here by chains of gold, and down at the bottom by a string of tchelet, as we saw in the video. Verse 16, יעשו שתי משבצות זהב ושתי טבעות זהב ויתנו את שתי הטבעות על שני קצות החושן. So speaking about these 2 rings here, which the gold chain is going to be fed into or going to be attached to attach the choshen mishpat to the ephod. ויתנו שתי העבודות הזהב על שתי הטבעות על קצות החושן. Verse 18, ואת שתי קצות שתי העבודות נפנו על שתי המשבצות ויתנום על כתפות האפוד אל מול פניו. Verse 9, ויעשו שתי טבעות זהב וישימו על שני קצות החושן על שפתו אשר אל עבר האפוד ביתה. Just assimilate this to my own brain for a second. ויעשו שתי טבעות זהב וישימו על שני קצות החושן על שפתו אשר על עבר האפוד ביתה. Okay. Verse 20. ויעשו שתי טבעות זהב ויתנום על שתי כתפות האפוד מלמטה ממול פניו לעומת מחברתו ממעל לחשב האפוד. לחשב האפוד. Verse 21. וירכסו את החושן מתחתיו אל טבעות האפוד פתיר תכלת, להיות על חשב האפוד ולא יזח החושן מעל האפוד כאשר ציווה יהוה את משה. So the choshen mishpat, the breastplate of judgment, is not supposed to move back and forth on the ephod. It's supposed to be affixed well, and that's done with a, where is it? The Petil Techelet. It's done with a string of Techelet. The same words used exactly for the blue thread that is part of the tzitzit, or that is really the only thing that is mentioned explicitly that must be in the strings of the tzitzit. That's called Petil Techelet, a blue thread. So the Petil Techelet appears, as I mentioned last week, appears twice on the priestly garments. Once to affix the Choshen HaMishpat, the breastplate of judgment, to the ephod, and secondly to affix the tzitz, that's the gold plate, diadem, I think they usually translate it as, this gold thing here, to the mitznefet, to the turban. That's done with a Petil Techelet, with a blue thread. And so therefore I claim that it's a possibility, or maybe even a probability, that the Petil Techelet that we are told to put on the fringes of our garments it's basically analogous to these blue threads that the high priest wears on his garments. Specifically, it's the analog for the, oh, what happened here? Why did it disconnect? Oh, was I not connected? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Okay, now I'm on my headphones. So it's analogous. It's the, shall we say, the what's the word I'm looking for in English? The layman's analog, or the common Israelites analog, to the threads that are on the priestly garments, the blue threads that are on the priestly garments. It's kind of a hearkening to, or a kind of a way of making the Israelite, just as the high priest is holy to Yahweh, as it says on the diadem, on that gold plate on his turban. So by wearing the blue thread, we, in a sense, we common Israelites also become holy to Yahweh, because we are, after all, as the Torah says, mamlechet kadosh, and I'm sorry, mamlechet kohanim v'goy kadosh, a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. Okay, so the Petil Techelet is, in a certain sense, is the hearkening, or an analog of the priestly garment on the garment of the common Israelite, because at the end of the days, we are a mamlechet kohanim, we are a kingdom of priests. I could expand on this a bit more, but we'll leave it at that. Okay, liot al choshev ha'ephod v'lo yizam ha'choshen mi'al ha'ephod kasher tziwa Yahweh et Moshe. Okay, verse 22. Yas et ma'il ha'ephod. So now we're going from outer to inner. So the ma'il is going to be this beautiful blue undergarment. Down at the bottom, all around it, are going to be pomegranates made of fabric, followed by gold bells. So pomegranate bell. Okay, that's what we're speaking about here. That's called the ma'il. In modern Hebrew, ma'il is a jacket. So if you go out and it's a little chilly outside, don't forget to take your ma'il. But it's really comes from here, from this undergarment. This, not the undergarment, but the second, really the third. So we have the Choshen HaMishpat, breastplate of judgment, underneath the ephod. That's this beautiful patterned garment here. And then underneath that, we have the ma'il. And then there are two more layers under that. Okay. So, Ya'asat me'il ha'ephod ma'aseh oreg kli tchelet. So it's completely made of tchelet, as we can see here. Tchelet is sky blue. Verse 23. Ufi ha'me'il b'tocho kefi etachra safa lefiu saviv lo yikareah. So it has to have a hem on it, like this we see here. That's this hem over here, and the reason that hem has to be there is so that it doesn't rip. We don't want these priestly garments ripping, right? If you've ever had a piece of clothing that doesn't have a good hem, we know it can easily rip. Okay, so there's a hem around it so that it doesn't rip. Yasu al shulei ha'ma'il rimonei tchelet va'argaman v'tola'at shani masar. So those are the pomegranates made out of cloth, or made out of fabric.
Verse 25, Yasu Amone Zahav Tahor, and these are the gold bells. ויתנו את הפעמונים בתוך הרימונים על שולי המאיר סביב בתוך הרימונים. Okay, so it's speaking again about these gold bells are going to be amongst the fabric pomegranates. Okay. Verse 26. פעמון ורימון, פעמון ורימון על שולי המאיר סביב, משרת כאשר ציווה יהוה את משה. Verse 27. ויעשו את הכתונת 6 מעשה אורג לאהרון ובניו. So now we're up to the next undergarment, moving inwards, and that's the ketonet. The ketonet is this white undergarment, this white tunic. Translated as. It's made out of shesh. Shesh is usually translated as linen. Sometimes you'll see shesh mashzar, which is usually translated as a spun linen. Here it is, shesh mashzar. How do they translate it here? Fine woven linen. Verse 28, va'et hamitznefet shesh, va'et pa'arei hamigba'oth shesh, va'et michnas habad shesh mashzar. So here we have the mitznefet. The mitznefet is the turban. Va'et pa'arei hamigba'oth. The migba'ot are the hats that are worn by the common priests, not the high priest. Shesh va'ed michnaseh ba'ad habad shesh masad, and then we have we can't see it here, but underneath this tonet, underneath this white tunic, are basically underpants. I think the British call them breeches. Sounds nicer than underpants, right? It's not like the priest is wearing tidy whities. He's more wearing like boxer shorts, white boxer shorts. So I think breeches is the way it's usually translated. Okay. Okay. And that's made of shesh masar. 29. Wa'et avnet. Shesh masar. The avnet is this belt, this girdle. Utchelet וአרגמן ותולעת שני מעשה רוקם כאשר ציווה יהוה את משה. Verse 30. ויעשו את ציץ נזר הקודש זהב טהור ויכתבו עליו מכתב פתוחי חותם קודש ליהוה. So this is now speaking about this tzitz. This is the gold plate or the gold diadem, and on it is written kodesh liyahweh, holiness to Yahweh, or the Holy One to Yahweh. Okay, and this is tied to the mitznefet, tied to the turban with a patil techelet, with a blue thread or blue cloth, a blue string. Verse 31. Wayithnu allow patil techelet. There's the patil techelet, the blue string. Latet ala mitznefet milama'ala kashet siwa Yahweh et Moshe. Okay, so now that's the end of the description of the building of the tabernacle and its furniture and the priestly garments. And now we get, for the end of Exodus, and this will bring us to the end of the book of Exodus. Now we get into a little bit more of narrative. Moses approves the work. That's 39. But that's the end of chapter 39. And then we have the actual setting up of the tabernacle. And then, and this is very important, I want to get to this, the glory of the Lord descends into the tabernacle. In other words, God's house is done. Everything's set up. And now God moves in. Yahweh moves in. And that's the way the book of Exodus ends. Okay, so let's read this. 39. So Moses is in charge of the whole thing, right? At the end of the day, he's the CEO of all of everything that's going on there. And then the chief artisans we know are Bezalel and Aholiab. So, but Moses is the one who has to approve everything, and that's what he's going to do now. Verse 32: "V'techel kol avodat mishkan ohel moed, v'yasu b'nei Yisrael kechol asher tzivah Yahweh et Moshe ken asu." So the work was completed, and they had done everything that Yahweh had commanded to Moses. Verse 33. And remember, it was Moses who was shown the designs of all these things So Moses is the one who has to kind of check over it and give its final approval. Ya'avidu. I'm sorry. Ya'aviu et mishkan el Moshe et ha'oel ve'et kol kelav kirasav kirashao berichao ve'amudav adanav. So they brought all the pieces of the Mishkan to Moses. Verse 34. Ve'et michsei orot ha'elim hama'adimim ve'et michsei orot ha'tahashim ve'et parochet hamasach. And these are the cloths that are placed over the tent of meeting. I guess you could say the tabernacle and the parochet hamasach and the cloth that covers the front of the tent of meeting. Et aron ha'idut, or actually the parochet I think is specifically the one that separates between the holy area and the holy of holies. 35. Et aron ha'idut wa et badao wa et hakaporet. So this is the Ark of the Covenant and its ark cover. That's extremely important because that is where God's glory is going to dwell. Et shulchan, that's the showbread table. Et kol kela wa et lechem apanim. So they brought the showbread in. Et haminorah hatehorah. Et neroteha nerot hama'aracha. Wa et kol keleha wa et shemen ha'maor. So they set up they brought in the candelabra, the menorah, and the oil that is going to light it. Wa'et mizbach hazahav, wa'et shemen. Mizbach hazahav, by the way, it says the gold altar, that's the incense altar. Wa'et shemen hamishcha, wa'et ketoret hasamim, this is the incense. Wa'et masach petach ha'ohel, and this is the covering of the front of the tent. Verse 39, et mizbach hanachoshet, and this is the altar of sacrifice, the bronze altar. Wa'et michbar nachoshet, asher lo et badao, wa'et kol kela, wa'et kior, wa'et kano. So these are all of we should open up again, map of oops. So we're talking about, that's a good one. Okay, good. Okay, so this is the altar here. This is the kior, the laver, I think they call it, from lavare, to wash, like in modern Spanish or modern Portuguese, lavar. You want to say in Portuguese, to wash your hands, you say lavaro os mãos. Spanish, lavar los manos. So, okay, so that's what we're talking about, all of those pieces of furniture. Verse 40, et kal'e chatzer, et amudeh, wa et adaneha, wa et amasach l'sh'ar chatzer, et mitara, wa yitedoteha, wa et kol klei avodat hamishkan, le'ohel mo'ed. So this is talking about now all of this fence, this cloth fence that is surrounding the courtyard of the tabernacle. Verse 41. Ed bigdei Sarad lisharet b'kodesh ed bigdei kodesh le'Aaron HaKohen wa ed bigdei banao lekahen. These are the priestly garments. Verse 42. So everything was brought to Moses. That's the point of this paragraph. So they did everything just as Moses had commanded. Now they take all of this work and they present it to Moses. V'yar Moshe et kol ha'melacha v'hine asu otak asher tziva Yahweh ken asu v'yivarech otam Moshe. So this is kind of the ending of this section. Moses saw et kol ha'melacha. He saw all of the work. And in this case, the work means the results of the work. And this is very interesting because the word milacha literally means work or tasks, but it can also, and I forgot what the official grammatical term is, but sometimes you can use a word to represent the outcome of that word or the result of that word, and that's what's happening here. So here, milacha doesn't mean work, it means the results of that work. And this is very important because the word milacha is often used like this in the Tanakh. And behold, they had done it just as Moses had commanded. I'm sorry, kasher tzivat Yahweh, as Yahweh had commanded, ken asu, so they had done. We yavarech otam Moshe, and Moses blessed them. Okay, so he blessed all of the people for correctly completing the building of the tabernacle. Verse 40. And by the way, before we go on to this last chapter of Exodus, let's just sum up what Exodus is all about. Exodus can really be broken down into two parts. The book of Exodus. The first part of the book of Exodus speaks about the actual Exodus, hence the name Exodus. And that continues until chapter, is it 35? Approximately. Right. So until chapter 35, so chapters 1 through 34, essentially speak about the Exodus and the giving of, well, they speak about the Exodus from the time that it picks up, of course, when the Israelites are in Egypt and Moses is born, and continues until after Mount Sinai, right? They already move. No, they don't move from Mount Sinai. They move from Mount Sinai in Numbers, I believe. Yeah, they're still at Mount Sinai. Okay, so it continues through the giving of the Torah and Mount Sinai and the building of the tabernacle, the beginning of the building of the tabernacle, and then Exodus 35, starting from here through 50, where we are right now, talks about the building of the tabernacle. Okay, so those are the two. The book of Exodus could basically be broken down into two parts. The first part, which is mostly narrative, because there are parts that are not narrative, such as Exodus 21 and Exodus 22, Mishpatim, where you have a whole bunch of laws, but it's mostly narrative about the Exodus of the Israelites from Egypt. And then from Exodus chapter 35 through the end of Exodus, it's about the building of the tabernacle. So now we go back to Exodus 50, where we are right now, the last chapter in Exodus. I'm sorry, not 50, 40, the last chapter in Exodus. And we have the setting up of the tabernacle. And then we have the icing on the cake. And perhaps one could say the whole purpose of the book of Exodus is that God now comes down, not God, but the glory of God comes down and moves into and assumes his place within the tabernacle that the Israelites have built. So the book of Exodus starts with the Israelites stuck in Egypt as slaves and now ends with the tabernacle being built and God moving down permanently. And I won't say permanently because there are times in the future where he's not there, or where the Ark of the Covenant is not among Israel, but essentially moves down and lives permanently among the Israelites, and that's in the tabernacle, specifically between the cherubim, which is on the cover of the Ark of the Covenant, which is in the Holy of Holies of the tabernacle. And we're going to see that at the end of chapter 40. Let's read through Exodus chapter 40 quickly until we get to that end part, and then we'll finish with that. And I'd like to do this all within about the next half an hour. Okay. So ידבר יהוה אל משה לאמור ביום חודש הראשון באחד לחודש תקים את משכן אוהל מועד. So we now have an actual date for when the tabernacle is to be set up, and that is going to be on the day of the new year. Okay? ביום חודש הראשון באחד לחודש, on the first day of the first month, תקים את משכן אוהל מועד. You shall set up the tabernacle, the dwelling place for the tent of meeting. Basically, set up the tabernacle. Okay. And by the way, the tabernacle, when we use the word English in tabernacle, the word tabernacle is a diminutive form. The etymology of the word tabernacle is it's a diminutive form of the meaning a small, right? Of the word tavern, right? Tabernacle, tavern, and a tavern originally meant a tent, so it means a small tent. Okay. So it means the tent of meeting. The word tabernacle means the tent of meeting. It's the English equivalent of this word here, ohel moed, tent of meeting. Okay, the English translation of the tent of meeting. So this is being set up on the first day of the first month of what year? We're talking about the second year. Okay, so this is now the Israelites. They exited Egypt on the 15th day of the first month of the first year. This is now the first day of the second. I'm sorry, the first day of the first month of the second year. So this is almost a year to the day that the Israelites exited Egypt. It's 15 days before 1 year, and it's also an extremely important. This is a Rosh Chodesh. This is a new year, and it's a new year of the first month. This is the beginning of the month of the Aviv. So when we declare the month of the Aviv, as we will on the following new moon, which is going to be in the middle of April. I can't remember the exact date, April 11th or something like that. Then that will be the month, the first month of the year, which is the anniversary of the day that the tabernacle was set up in the days of Moses, or at Mount Sinai by Moses. On the second year, or on 1 year after the beginning of the second year, the 1 year after, almost 1 year after they had exited Egypt. Verse 3. V'samta sham et Aron ha'idut v'sakota al Aaron et haparochet. So that's the placing of the Ark of the Covenant. Verse 4. Wa'eveta et hashulchan wa'arachta et hamenorah wa'ha'aleta et neroteha. So this is the lighting of the menorah, the setting up of the showbread and the bringing of the bread. Verse 5, ונתת את מזבח הזהב לקטורת לפני ארון העדות, ושמת את מסך הפתח למשכן. That's the incense altar and the curtain that covers the front of the tent of meeting of the tabernacle. Verse 6, ונתת את מזבח העולה לפני פתח משכן אוהל מועד. That's the altar of sacrifice. ונתת את הכיור Ben oil moed uben mizbeach natata shamayim. So that's the setting up of the sink. Sorry, not the sink. That's the laver. That's this over here, and this is filled with water, and that's for the Kohanim to wash themselves. Verse 8. ושמת את החצר סביב ונתת את מסך שאר החצר. So that's this outer boundary, or this outer cloth wall that encloses the outer enclosure. That's the word I was looking for, of the courtyard of the tabernacle. Okay, yes, we had a power issue. Can you guys hear me? Let me just check to make sure the router is back. Oh. 1 second, please. Yeah, we're back online. Okay. Yeah, as I've mentioned, I live in a very small village, and every so often one of the surprises is that the electricity in the village suddenly goes out, and it can be out sometimes for a minute, sometimes for 5 minutes, sometimes for 10 minutes, sometimes for half an hour, sometimes for an hour, sometimes for a couple of hours. You never know. So the electricity just suddenly went out, and then less than a minute later it came back on. So that's the way it is. All right, let's finish up. It's getting late here. And let's finish up. Let me share the screen. So I really want to get to the bottom, to the point here. Bottom. So let me just read through really quickly. No, I can't promise because I have to promise, but I will really try not to make any commentary here. Verse 10. ונשכת את מזבח עולה ואת כל כלה וקידשת את המזבח והיה המזבח קודש קודשים. So the altar of sacrifice is anointed and it became holy of holies, which is an interesting phrase. We'll talk about it now. Verse 11, ונשכת את הכיור ואת קנו וקידשת אותו. That's the laver and its stand. Verse 12, ויקרבת את אהרון ואת בניו אל פתח אוהל מועד ורצחת אותם במים. So bathe Aaron and his sons in preparation, clean them, bathe them in preparation for their service in the tabernacle. Verse 13, וילבשת את אהרון את בגדי הקודש ומשכת אותו וקידשת אותו וכיהן לי. So Aaron is dressed in the holy garments and anointed so that he can begin to serve Yahweh as priest, as high priest. ואת בניו תקריב וילבשת אותם כותנות. So he placed the tunics on his sons. Remember, they don't have the full getup. They have just that white. They have a white garment, a white tunic. Verse 15, ומשכת אותם כאשר משכת את אביהם, וכיהנו לי, והייתה להיות להם משחתם לכהונת עולם לדורותם. So this is very interesting. By anointing them, so now this is basically installation not just of Aaron and his sons, but of the priestly dynasty, of the Aaronic dynasty, the dynasty of Aaron throughout all of their generations, okay? To be in service to me, or to be priests to me forever throughout their generations. And this is very interesting because, I'll just say this very quickly, the rabbis never argued that the Kohanim is a dynasty, a blood-based, patrilineal-based bloodline dynasty. But when it comes to the rest of Israel, suddenly they don't accept such a thing. A lot to say about that. I'm not going to do it now. Verse 16 just points out their hypocrisy, and it points out how they diluted the seed of Israel by getting rid of the idea that Israel is at its core a patrilineal-based bloodline of descendants from Jacob. Verse 16, Moses did everything that God commanded. Verse 17, so on the first day of the first month of the second year, and the year is counted by the biblical year, so it means a year after. So the year that they came out of Egypt is the first year. The second year is a year later. So this is the beginning of the second year, counting from the beginning of the month of the Aviv, which is for us coming up in a couple of weeks. This is the beginning of the second year, okay? And remember, they came out on the 15th day of the first month of the first year, so it's about 2 weeks before the 1-year anniversary of the Israelites leaving Egypt. Verse 18, ויקם משה את המשכן וייתן את אדונו וישם את קרשהו וייתן את בריחהו ויקם את עמודהו. So setting up the tabernacle.
ויפרוש את האוהל על המשכן, ושם את מכסה האוהל עליו מלמעלה, כאשר ציווה יהוה את משה. So this tent was set up around all of the furniture that we spoke about. Verse 20, ויקח וייתן את העדות אל אהרון, וישם את הבדים על הארון, אהרון, no. עדות אל הארון, וישם את הבדים על הארון, וייתן את הכפורת על הארון מלמעלה. So now they're setting up the Ark of the Covenant in the Holy of Holies. Verse 21, ויבא את הארון אל המשכן, וישם את פרוכת המסך, ויסך על ארון העדות, כאשר ציווה יהוה את משה. So they brought the Ark of the Covenant into the Holy of Holies, and they put the curtain over to cover it, because no one is ever allowed to go in there except the high priest on the 7th day of the 10th month, on Yom Kippurim, and he's only allowed to do that with the incense being lit, so that smoke from the incense completely covers the cover of the ark, and so that the glory of Yahweh cannot be seen directly, because that would be like looking straight into the glory of Yahweh. That's in Leviticus chapter 16, which we'll get to. Verse 22, וייתן את השולחן באוהל מועד על ירך המשכן, צפונה מחוץ לפרוכת. So they brought in now the showbread table. ויערוך עליו ערך לחם לפני יהוה, כאשר ציווה יהוה את משה. They put the bread on the showbread table. Verse 24, וישם את המנורה באוהל מועד, נוכח השולחן על ירך המשכן נגבה. I think I said the menorah earlier was on the north side. That's a mistake. It's the south side. It says here Negba. Verse 25, יעל הנרות לפני יהוה כאשר ציווה יהוה את משה. They lit the menorah. Verse 26, וישם את מזבח הזהב באוהל מועד לפני הפרוכת. That's the incense altar they brought in now to the Mishkan, to the tabernacle. ויעטר עליו קטורת סמים. They lit incense on כאשר ציווה יהוה את משה. Verse 28, וישם את מסך הפתח למשכן. So now now that all the furniture is brought into the holy area, they place the covering or the curtain over the entrance to the tent. ואת מזבח עולה שם פתח משכן אוהל מועד, ויעל עליו את העולה ואת המנחה, כאשר ציווה יהוה את משה. So now they set up the altar of sacrifice, and they brought burnt offerings and grain offerings as Yahweh had commanded Moses. Verse 30, except there's only one problem here. God did not command Moses to do this yet. All of the sacrifices are spoken about in the book of Leviticus. So that's a story for another time. Verse 30, וישם את הכיור בין אוהל מועד ובין המזבח, וייתן שם מים לרחצה. So they set up the laver, filled it with water. ורחצו ממנו משה ואהרון בניו את ידיהם ואת רגליהם. That's for Moses and Aaron and his sons to wash their hands and feet. Verse 32. בבואם אל אוהל מועד ובקרבתם אל המזבח וירחצו כאשר ציווה יהוה את משה. So that's when before they enter the tent of meeting, or before they deal with the sacrifices, then they have to wash their hands and feet. Verse 33, ויקם את החצר סביב למשכן ולמזבח וייתן את מסך שער החצר ויאכל משה את המלאכה. So they set up the enclosure around the courtyard of the tabernacle, and ויאכל משה את המלאכה, and Moses completed the work. In other words, Moses approved, declared the work completed, is really the implication there. Okay, so God's house is set up, right? It's like you're building a house, you just got married, you bought a new house, you set it up, you renovated it, you brought in all the furniture, and now it's moving day, time to move in. And that's what these last verses of the book of Exodus are speaking about. It's moving day for God. for Yahweh. Yahweh is now going to move into his new house among the Israelites, in the center of the Israelites. He's moving in. His house has already been set up, the tabernacle, and now it's moving day. Verse 34, Vayichas anan et ohel moed, cloud, the cloud covered the tent of meeting, uchvod Yahweh maleh et hamishkan, and the glory of Yahweh filled the tabernacle. God just moved in. The glory of God. Remember, God does not have a body. He does not have a physical essence. He doesn't have energy. Energy is a physical phenomenon, right? E equals mc squared. Einstein's famous equation. That means that energy can be converted to matter. Matter can be converted to energy. So energy is, even though it's more rarefied than matter, it is still part of the physical universe. It is a physical entity, right? Light energy is a physical entity, which is why we can see it with our eyes. So here we have not the energy of Yahweh, but the glory of Yahweh. The glory of Yahweh is like the spiritual energy. I hate using the word spiritual, and I hate using the phrase spiritual energy, but I'll do it anyway. It's like there's no way to translate it into English. It's the glory of Yahweh, the kavod of Yahweh. So his presence, his spiritual presence now descended to dwell in the Mishkan, but it should not in any way, shape, or form be construed or be understood as a physical entity. It's not matter, and it's not energy. It's something more rarefied than that. It's something that doesn't have any physical existence, but it emanates somehow from that spiritual glory, that spiritual essence emanates somehow from that place which is between the two cherubim on the cover of the Ark of the Covenant in the Holy of Holies, which is in the tabernacle, which is in the center lives among the center of the Israelites, and ultimately which is relocated in the form of the Holy Temple of the Beit HaMikdash, Beit Yahweh, to Jerusalem. Verse 35, V'lo yachol Moshe lavo el ohel moed ki shachan alau enan. And Moses could not enter into the tent of meeting because the cloud had rested upon it. Uchvod Yahweh maleh et hamishkan, and the glory of Yahweh filled the tabernacle. Verse 36, Lot enan me'al hamishkan, and when the cloud went up from above the tabernacle, yis'u b'nei Yisrael v'chol ma'asehem, the children of Israel journeyed according to all of their journeys. So that was the way that Yahweh said it's time to move. How did Yahweh tell the Israelites time to move? He moved. Okay, the glory was in the cloud. The cloud descended over the tabernacle. Okay, and when it was time to go, God just got up and went, and everyone was expected to follow. Verse 37, and if the cloud did not move, then they did not travel until the day that it rose up. In other words, the day that the cloud rose up and moved. Because the cloud of Yahweh was upon the tabernacle during the day, and the fire was at night. And the fire was upon it at night. Before all of the eyes, or to be seen by all of the eyes of Israel, of the house of Israel, throughout all of their journeys. Okay, so that's God, that's Yahweh moving in, just letting his glory descend on the Mishkan. We saw the glory of God, and I'll end up with this within the next couple of minutes. We saw the glory of God in other places. So if we look up this word kavod, we could do a whole study on this, but obviously we don't have time right now. So if I do a concordance check on this word kavod, so in Exodus 16, so the glory of God appears in Exodus 16. Let's check that out for a second. I'll just do the English to make it go quickly. How do I get the whole chapter?
So the Israelites they arrive in the desert of Sin. Okay. Basically, they're approaching the Mount Sinai. So this is the episode of the quail. The Israelites are clamoring for meat. God says, okay, I'll bring you quail. And it says here in verse 7, in the morning you will see the glory of Yahweh because he has heard your grumbling against him. And in verse 10, while Aaron was speaking to the whole Israelite community, they looked toward the desert, and there was the glory of Yahweh, appearing in the cloud. Okay? So there we have the glory of Yahweh out in the desert, out in the wilderness, with the incident of the quail. That's a pretty strange place for the glory of Yahweh to appear, but it does. Next, we have in Exodus 24. Let's look at that. Excuse me for 1 second. Exodus 40, I'm sorry, Exodus 24. Let's bring that up. English. KJV, I can send the KJV. So here we are. This is after the giving of the 10 Commandments, and this is when Moses goes up for 40 days. And where is it? 24:16. So when Moses went up on the mountain, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord settled on Mount Sinai. So this is after the giving of the 10 Commandments. So let's read this whole thing very quickly. When Moses went up on the mountain, the glory covered it, and the glory of the Lord of Yahweh settled on Mount Sinai. For 6 days, the cloud covered the mountain, and on the 7th day, Yahweh called to Moses from within the cloud. So we always have wherever we saw now in Exodus 16 with the quail, the glory of God appeared within the cloud. We see now on the top of the mountain, the cloud comes down, right? Cloud during the day, fire at night. The cloud comes down on the top of Mount Sinai, and the glory of God is in the cloud. Okay, to the Israelites, verse 17, the Israelites, the glory of Yahweh looked like a consuming fire on top of the mountain. Then Moses entered the cloud as he went up on the mountain, and he stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. So when Moses stays on the mountain, on Mount Sinai, 40 days and 40 nights, he's in the cloud. So he's the only one really who is connecting or can see or be inside that cloud where the glory of Yahweh is. So that's another mention of the glory of Yahweh. Exodus 24. Let's now go to Exodus 28. No, that's not it. That's not it. So Exodus 33. Let's just look at Exodus 29:43 for 1 second. So this is speaking about, so this is already consecration of the priests. 29:43. For the generations to come, this burnt offering is to be made regularly at the entrance of the tent of meeting before Yahweh. So I take it back. So we did get some instructions about the sacrifices. There I will meet you and speak to you. There also I will meet with the Israelites, and the place will be consecrated by my glory. So this is saying that the glory will be in the tabernacle. Okay. It's 29:33. Oops. Back here. So that's 33:18. So this is the tent of meeting. Okay. So this is when, right. This is when Moses asks to see God, but he says, show me your glory. And then God responds, Yahweh responds, there is a place near me where you may stand on a rock. When my glory passes by, I will put you in a cleft in the rock and cover you with my hand until I pass by. Then I will remove my hand, you will see my back, but my face must not be seen. So there's no back, there's no face to God. That's not what it's speaking about. What it's speaking about, okay, is Moses seeing the glory of God. So the glory of God is going to descend near Moses. Moses asks to see this glory of God. Show me your glory. Kavod in Hebrew. Okay. Then God says, you cannot look directly at my glory. And we see that Moses in Exodus 40, he can't enter the tent of meeting because the glory of God was in it. So even Moses cannot look directly at the glory. When he went into the cloud on the top of Mount Sinai, as we saw in Exodus 24, I believe it was, then he was in the cloud, but we can assume that he couldn't look directly into the glory, even though the glory was in the cloud. So here God says, you cannot look directly at my glory, but I'll bring my glory down. I'll cover your face while my glory comes down. Then the glory will go away, and you can see what's left, and you'll somehow get like the imprint or the wake, right? When a boat goes by, maybe you don't see the boat, but you can see the wake. You see the boat, but as I used to go kayaking all the time, I would get stuck in the wakes of a lot of boats. So you'll see the wake of the glory, but you cannot look at the glory. So, but God, in a sense, shows Moses his glory, not directly, but shows the wake of his glory. When Moses asks to see God's glory, God basically says, no, you cannot see my glory directly, but you can see what happens after I remove my glory, what remains in the wake of my glory. That's Exodus 33. And then we get to Exodus 40. And we get to our verses right here. And the glory of Yahweh comes down and dwells and fills the tabernacle. This is Yahweh's glory. This is his essence on planet Earth, whatever that means, a long discussion, which I won't get into right now, but his existence, his non-physical existence on planet Earth is called the glory of Yahweh. That's what lives among us in the tabernacle, lived among us in the tabernacle. That's what lived in the Holy Temple when Solomon set it up. And that's what one day will once again descend and be in Jerusalem on the Temple Mount. One more thing I'd like to point out is the book of Ezekiel, where the glory of God, where the Israelites upset God so much by doing these disgusting things, which are spoken about extensively in the book of Ezekiel. And then we have the story, not the story, we have the Ezekiel explaining or telling us how the glory of God departs from the temple, because God just basically says, that's it, I can't live among you people anymore. So if I can find it, let's see here. I'll just read it and then we'll end with that. Ezekiel. Chronicles, Job, Psalms. Things in a weird order here. And you can see how many times the glory is mentioned. Not always the glory of God, but often it is. My God. Psalms, it's a lot. Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Isaiah, we're getting close. Come on. Jeremiah, Ezekiel. 3. That might be it. No, it's after that, right? Yeah, there it is. Ezekiel 11, thereabouts. Let's open that up. So God's judgment on Jerusalem. I'll just read this very quickly. Then the Spirit lifted me up and brought me to the gate of the house of of the Lord. That's the holy temple that faces east. There at the entrance of the gate were 25 men, and I saw among them blah, 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 blah. Yahweh said to me, son of man, these are the men who are plotting evil and giving wicked advice in the city. They say, have in our house. Anyway, it goes on to describe all of these horrible things that the people of Israel are doing. And where exactly does God's glory depart? Let me find it. It's in 11. It must be in 11. I cannot find it right now. Let's see. Maybe I'll Google it. God's glory departs. Israel from the temple. Ezekiel 10. So we're back one chapter. 10, 18. Right. So this is a description of all of the horrible here. God's glory departs from the temple. So all of these horrible things that the people are doing, they're worshiping to idols. They're bringing disgusting animals and sacrificing them on the altar. And then it says here, finally, God says enough is enough. And Ezekiel has this vision. And this is Ezekiel chapter 10, verse 18. Then the glory of Yahweh departed from over the threshold of the temple and stopped above the cherubim. Remember, he lives between the cherubim. So now he's above the cherubim. While I watched, the cherubim spread their wings. Oh, I'm sorry. This is not the cherubim on the ark cover. This is the cherubim that Ezekiel saw in his vision. While I watched, the cherubim spread their wings and rose from the ground. And as they went, the wheels went with them. They stopped at the entrance to the east gate of Yahweh's house, and the glory of God of Israel was above them. So basically, the cherubim, these not the ones made of gold on the ark cover, but these angelic creatures, the Kruvim, and we have the Ophanim, the wheels, right? That's also mentioned in the book of Ezekiel, right? The so the cherubim and the wheels take the glory of God and take it away, and it goes away, or the glory of God leaves the house of Yahweh, leaves the holy temple, and departs from the holy temple after this vision, or after Ezekiel describes how what the people of Israel were doing was so disgusting that basically God decides, I've had enough, and he takes his glory and leaves. That's when God, if this is moving day, if Exodus 40, 34 through 38, it's moving day where Yahweh moves in to the house, to the Mishkan, then Ezekiel 10, 18 through 20 is where God moves out. He says the neighborhood is getting too bad. Like my father grew up in the Bronx in New York. It was very nice until the 1950s. Then it turned into a horrible neighborhood because certain people moved in. We'll get into that. But and that's it. The family got the heck out of there, and they moved from the Bronx to Queens. That's how I ended up growing up in Queens, New York. So God is basically saying this neighborhood is no good anymore. I'm out of here. I don't want to live among these people anymore. They've sickened me to my stomach, and the glory of Yahweh departs. So this is moving day in, Exodus 40. Ezekiel 10 is moving day out. And then we also speak about how in the end of days that the glory of Yahweh will return to the people of Israel. So with that, let's leave it on that happy note that someday, hopefully in the near future, as the people of Israel are being assembled back in the land of Israel, okay, as we saw earlier, that in Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 14 and 15, that in the end of days, Yahweh will not be remembered anymore for bringing the people of Israel out of the land of Egypt, but for bringing the people out of the lands, all of the lands, back to the land of Israel. Okay, so as this happens, Yahweh will also someday return. His glory will return to Jerusalem, will return to the Temple Mount, and he will once again descend. His glory will descend and dwell among the people of Israel in Jerusalem on the Temple Mount, in the permanent home that was built for him by Solomon, suggested by David, and then ultimately built by his son Solomon. And that is what we look forward to, and that is what we see perhaps happening or beginning to happen with all the crazy events that are happening in the world right now. we see this perhaps accelerating, and perhaps it will happen in the near future. Hopefully in our lifetimes, we shall see. So with that happy note, I will end, and I'll thank you all for joining us today on this study. This has been Hakham Melech Ben Yaakov of the World Alliance of Qara'im, and this has been Parshat Pekudei. I will ask you once again, let me put up the appropriate thingies. That goes up. Goes up. No, that one. That one goes up. So I will ask you, please spread the word about the study. I really feel like the time is right for our brand of Karaitism to really take off. And the more that people know about these studies, I think it's important not just for us. Obviously, it's important for them. It's important for all of Israel. You know, for people to start coming back to the Tanakh. And this study is one way that we can help people do that. So please spread the word about the study however you can. And that's it. That's all I have to say for today. I'll remind you also about my newspaper, Your Jerusalem, www.yourjerusalem.org. Bring that up for a second, which I've really started to be active on lately. And we have a bunch of good articles. There we go. Okay. Let's go right in the URL, yourjerusalem.org. There we go. So check out the newspaper. Our latest articles from Bruce Brill, a good friend of mine for many years, and a Karaite, who speaks about his time at the NSA, the National Security Agency, when he was informed of certain intelligence regarding the upcoming attack of the Yom Kippur War on Israel, which was never passed on to the Israelis. And really fascinating stuff. So you can read about that, read about the other articles, and please check out and spread the word about Your Jerusalem. And that's it. Hope to see you soon. Hope to see you at the next study. Be'ezrat Yahweh, we'll have the next study on Shabbat, as we usually do. And I keep on saying that I would like to add more studies during the week. I'm just so busy during the week. And I also have a job. I actually have to work for a living. Yes, believe it or not, I'm not like a Karaite. I actually have to make a living. So if any billionaires out there would like to give me enough money to not have to make a living, then I could spend all day long dealing with Torah, which is what I really love to do. Give me a call. I'll be happy to take your money from you. And but until then, I've got to work a job, and so I just don't always have the time to do all of these things. So that being said, I will wish you all a Shabbat Shalom and a Shavua Tov wherever you are. And Bezrat Yahweh, we will see you again next week. We'll end it with some nice Israeli music, and see you again soon.
La 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 וכשהיה השר מונטיפיורי בן 80, אז באו לביתו המלאכים הלבנים, עמדו על מיטתו וכך אמרו אליו, הקדוש ברוך הוא רוצה אותך אליו. וכך ענה השר מונטיפיורי בדיוק, סלחו לי רבותיי, אך באמת אני עסוק. יש הרבה צרות לאחינו בעולם. הנה פוגרום ברוסיה, איך לא אבוא אצלם, כי מי אם לא אני יעזור פה לכולם. והוא עלה למרכבה, ודיו לסוסים אמר, ופה מתן בסתר שב הנדבה, עוד צביתה בלחי על ליטוף של אהבה, ולכל היהודים שמחה וגאווה, וכל הכבוד לשר,
וכל הכבוד לשר.
וכשהיה השר מונטיפיורי בן 90, אמרו לו תעלה תשב למעלה מבקשים. שאל אותם השר, תגידו איך אוכל, איך עלילת הדם בדמשק תבוטל. הלא צריך ללכת לפחה הנבזה, להגיד לו תתבייש, איך מרשים דבר כזה. ואם צריך לשים לו ביד איזה בקשיש, מן מתנה גדולה, אך שאיש בה לא ירגיש, אז מי אם לא אני לטורקי את זה יגיש. והוא עלה למרכבה, ודיו לסוסים אמר, ופה מתן בסתר שב הנדבה, עוד צביתה בלחי או ליטוף של אהבה, ולכל היהודים שמחה וגאווה, וכל הכבוד לשר, וכל הכבוד לשר. וכשהיה השר מונטיפיורי בן 100, אמר מספיק לי די הנשמה שלי שבעה. הלכו מיליונים לירות, פרנקים בשליק, אבל ליהודים זה אף פעם לא מספיק. אמרו לו כבודו רק יבוא ויסתכל, צריך לבנות עוד חדר לקבר של רחל, לגבייה. הם התקדמו לאט, הכל היה רגוע, מנגד הנהר וגומה מרשרש, פתאום רעם ברק, אחד צעק פצוע, אני כבר בא, ענה לו החובש. עלינו על מוקש, צעק אז הפצוע, אני כאן לצדך, ענה לו החובש. ברד של אש איתך, ברד כבד קטוע, מעבר לנהר, לגומה הרופש, תשאירו אותי כאן. ביקש אז הפצוע, עזוב שטויות, ענה לו החובש. תציל את עצמך, ביקש אז הפצוע, אני נשאר איתך, ענה לו החובש. והם נותרו שניהם, והשדה פתוח, והם נותרו שניהם והם גלויים לאש. אנחנו עתידים מלמלז הפצוע אחוז ביטוב ענה לו החובש. נפצעת גם אתה מלמלז הפצוע, עזוב זה לא נורא ענה לו החובש. האש כבדה כבדה קשה קשה לנוע, רק לא להתייאש, רק לא להתייאש. אזכור אותך תמיד, נשבע אז הפצוע, רק לא ליפול מלמלז החובש. שלך עד יום מותך, נשבע אז הפצוע, היום הוא יום מותי ענה לו החובש. פתאום ענן אחת, פתאום עלתה הרוח, אצל על הקרקע והוא קרב רועש. איתנו הם באים, דיבר אז הפצוע, אך לא שמע מילה מן החובש. אחי אחי שלי, דיבר אז הפצוע, מעבר לנהר הגומם מרשרש. אחי אחי שלי, אחי אחי שלי, אחי